TVS Apaches, running with a 310cc single engine. Here's the grid.
Yeah, here is the grid. Ramdan Rosley is on pole position, the experienced Malaysian. Luis Miguel won yesterday's race, and he said it was a very difficult race to be involved in. John Lopez was in the leading group until he had an incident and fell back a little bit, but there's your front three.
On row 2, we got the exciting Portuguese newcomer, Pedrinho Matos, next to him. Equally exciting South African debutant to the series, Oratili Piri, and next to him, Sartak Shavan, championship contender.
Absolutely, 19-year-old Sartak Shavan, one of a couple of young Indian athletes, including Rakshit Shahari Dev, the 17-year-old who impressed yesterday with a P4. Felder Al-Ghassani from Indonesia is in P7. Nakib Rifki, another youngster from Malaysia, he's next to Rakshit in P9.
On row 4, we've got Jin Kento Turner from Japan. Next to him, Chirant Vishwanath, a rider we know very well in this championship, and Tosak Nwansai, new in for TVS.
And Tyler King, who's still adjusting to the pace of this competition, from New Zealand, is on P13. And Leandro Paredes, who's had a really difficult season so far, he'll be hoping to get just a little bit of fortune. Hasn't had much luck in terms of his practice and is on P14 in the grid. Names to watch out for in this championship, though. Last year, it was all about Hiroki Ono, and could Ramdan Rosley get close to him? This time, Ramdan, he's surrounded by young athletes. Luis Miguel, winner yesterday. Sartak, of course, who's come third the last couple of years. The challenge from Portugal and from Spain as well, and from South Africa in Oratili Piri. It's quite a group up there.
We could easily see a group of 6 or 7 fighting for the lead. We did see a big group yesterday. The first 5 finishers separated by just over a second. And Luis Miguel, who finished first, was 4 thousandths ahead of Ramdan Rosley. Oratili Piri was a couple of tenths down from them.
Bike number 3, Luis Miguel, keep an eye out for him. He's on P2, right in the middle. It's that chase down to that first corner. It's a long right, and then there's a long straight with a little kink in it down to a hairpin. So plenty of opportunity to get some drafting. It's not awful to be low in the grid, but you would prefer to be on the first 2 rows.
Certainly, and very well positioned there, the number 3, Luis Miguel.
8 laps of the track. And instantaneously, Luis Miguel has got off to a healthy start alongside him. We've got number 1, Ramdan Rosley, but once again, it's Luis Miguel off to a bit of a flyer. Oratili has got off to a decent one as well in the black helmet for South Africa.
Yep, that was a very decent start from the middle from Luis Miguel. He has a 50% podium finishing record since he joined the series. So let's see what he can do. Yesterday was his 2nd win. Oratili having a good look up the inside. First time into turn 3, makes up a couple of places, loses 1.
Gets very crowded there. All these engines are identical. Yes, the engineers are here. They can tweak 1 or 2 things, but largely this is down to who is the best racer on the day. As bike number 11 pushes his way through. That's Pedrinho Matos, who did not finish yesterday. And the youngster, he showed massive quickness, real quickness in Sepang. Didn't quite show so far this weekend. He'll be hoping for some kind of response to a difficult day yesterday today.
Yeah, also disappointed yesterday was Sartak Shavan. He crashed in qualifying, so didn't record a good time. He started from P6, back of the 2nd row, so he's one to look out for.
Yeah, the number 2 who's leading the way, well pointed out. I think we expect a lot of it. He's only 19, Sartak, of course. And we think he's a gnarly old veteran now because we're so used to seeing him going around the tracks and racing like a gnarly old veteran.
3rd season here, yeah, absolutely.
Just being dropped off a little bit is once again Leandro Paredes, the Filipino, but it's Oratili, the young South African, who's making his way to the front. And the first little look there from Nakib Rifki as they go round the notorious turn 12 for the first of the 8 times they will do. It will indeed be Oratili, bike number 10, who leads the way from Sartak, and Pedrinho Matos from Portugal.
Pedrinho challenging Oratili on the outside into turn 1, and he takes him. So good drive out of the final turn from the number 11, Pedrinho Matos.
Three teenagers looking pretty good. Ramdan Rosley, he normally likes to be in the leading group, the number 1, but he's down in P7 at the moment, just at the tail there. Ramdan is the championship leader. He's had a win on 2 P2s.
Another rider we really like here, Nakib Rifki. He's in that leading group too.
I think unfairly we like them all, don't we? There's a soft spot for them all, and you want to see the likes of John Lopez making a contribution for Colombia. It's great to get this international series getting truly international.
Yeah, John posted the fastest lap yesterday, but in the race he did drop back a little bit towards the end.
Round 4 and 5, we're now into the intricate part of the circuit, going out into the countryside towards the Buram Circuit Hotel. And then we'll head towards the ancient castle. Plenty to see in this part of the world, but eyes focused purely on the tarmac for Luis Miguel, looking for back-to-back wins.
Yeah, it's a lively pack there. Trino and Oratilwi having a little tussle there between themselves.
All right,
back in there.
Right, left, right as they come through.
Also coming through is the local rider, number 18, Tosak Nuansai.
There's Tosak late on the brakes, who's brave enough. There's not much space through there. And once again, leading as they come through is indeed Mike 16, which is Nakib Rifki for the first time. Luis Miguel is there. Ramdan, number 1, has got into his usual place up at the front there. But it's very unusual to see Ramdan trailing like he was.
Yeah, Ramdan's really got his work cut out. Him and Sartak are absolutely set on winning this championship, especially with Hiroki Ono out of the way for this year. More of him later, by the way.
Yeah, Ono, 2-time champion, was simply too good for this class. Ramdan did his best to stick with him. Sartak as well. They were 2 and 3 in the championship last year. They're 1 and 2 in the championship this year, but Luis Miguel, Oratilwi, Nakib, John Lopez all making a move. Where's Raksith? How's he doing? He had a terrific run yesterday, the 17-year-old from India.
Yeah.
Just a bit off the pace today, and just leading that second group, bike number 7.
Yeah. See what Ramdan can do now from the front.
He's very comfortable leading, is Ramdan. In fact, that's where he prefers to be. Follow me, kiddies, he says.
Yeah, nerves of steel, and he is the senior rider in this group.
To be fair, it isn't difficult. A lot of teenagers, a lot of new young talent.
True, yeah. Very true.
Ramdan is indeed leading the way. Tosak Onsai still in that kind of group. It's the usual, it's Tyler and Leandro Paredes, who've been dropped sadly. And Kadir Al-Ghassani as well. Chirant Vishwanath has just posted a fast lap. 1:52.1 from way down in P11. But as they come round at the end of lap number 3, it is Ramdan Rosley who is leading the way ahead of John Lopez from Colombia and Luis Miguel from Spain and Martinos from Portugal. That's an international field for you.
Yeah, 1.2 seconds covering the top 8. We expected a busy group. At the moment, Oratilwi and Tosai are at the back. Tosak, I beg his pardon.
Making his first move, John Lopez. What's he done so far this season? Lopez hasn't had a podium. Best finish was a P8. So anything better than that, obviously, is a best at this championship for him, for the Colombian.
Yeah, good qualifying. He was on the front row for the start of this race. And he was quick yesterday, but fell back.
Pedro Martinez, one of the teenagers, leading the way now. Consistency will be something that's lacking in these younger racers. Sometimes brilliant, sometimes they'll make a little mistake. It's all part of the learning curve. You just eliminate those mistakes as you get better and more experienced.
Well, we have a good case study here in the form of Sartak Shavan, don't we? Because he was quick right from 2 years ago, but erratic. All kinds of shapes he was making on that bike and crashing. but always you could see the potential. Last year he put it together well, and this year he thinks it should be his crowning glory.
He's come through right from the back to move into P2, Sartak Shavan. Nice little manoeuvre on that last turn, but it will be Pedros Martinos who leads, Pedrino Matos, sorry, who leads, coming into lap number 5. We're midway through now. I tell you what, Matos is looking pretty good.
Yeah, we'd like to see consistency from him. Oratilwi's just moved from the back of that group up into the middle. He's got Ramdan behind him and Luis Miguel, yesterday's winner.
Constantly chop and changing. Nakib is at the back of that initial group of 7. Tosak, as you mentioned, Tosak Goansai, who knows this circuit very well. I think he raced in the Brick Championship, or he certainly did last year. Tosak Goansai.
And the front group has tightened up, Des. Just a second covering the top 10 now.
Yeah. So Jean Kento Turner, who we've not mentioned an awful lot, he's not far out of the reckoning either. Kento Turner, based in Japan, number 13, but he's at the back of that group as Matos is stood up, took evasive action. There was no room for him to play with there.
Yeah, turn 5, very important one. If you can get in there first, you should be able to lead through this section.
Sartak it is who is leading. Right behind him, Luis Miguel is staying close. This championship this season is getting more and more like the Underbone, as is the AP250s. Thrilling and exciting. You never know what's going to happen until the final corner of the final lap. And I think we're going to be in that similar scenario here.
We are, look at this. Sartak coming to the front again.
9 is Lopez. The King looks down approvingly. And Sartak Shavan comes past Luis Miguel and John Lopez. Pedrino Matos is there. Where's Ramdan? He's just behind. He's not having things his own way. Ramdan Rosley. Oratilwi is there as well. Gosh, this is fun.
Yeah, if Ramdan's going to win, it's going to have to be through craft and sorcery, maybe, at the end. On the final turn, there he is, currently in P3 with Pedrinho alongside him. And they go into turn 3. We see a lot of position changes at turn 3 here at Chang International. The order changing all the time, these riders going up and down that front group. Front though is Sartak Shavan, Luis Miguel, and now Ramdan Rosley.
There's a slight incline there, which to the naked eye isn't that visible, but it means there's a drive down into turn 4, which is the new Betwin turn 4. That's very condensed once again. They go round, who gets the best drive out. You come out of 5 and 6, and it sets you up for the rest of the lap. You get it right, and it's good.
Yeah, getting the exit right to turn 6 is quite difficult. You want to go to the outside, but you can't. You have to stay tight so you can get the turn in for the right-hander, turn 7.
We saw Tosak going very wide there. He got that wrong, but also, well, was that Sartak who was in the lead, and then he made a mistake. He drops down. Luis Miguel it was, sorry. Oratilwi begins to make a move. Okay, we're approaching three-quarter period now. Coming through, bike 11. Matos once again. Pedrino Matos looks on the inside. There's Sartak. Pedrino Matos it will be who goes through in first place. Sprints across the line, the first of 2 rehearsals ahead of the real deal. A long, fast train. 1 second between 1 and 8.
Yeah, Matos looking a lot more comfortable on this TVS today. Better than he's looked for the whole weekend. Flashes of brilliance in Sepang, but no results. So he's going to take another step perhaps today. Another young gun, as you said, we forget him as a young gun. Sartak going up the inside, the number 2.
5-time Indian champion. But doing it on the domestic stage and then stepping up to this international stage is a completely different matter, particularly when you add the newcomers like Pedrinho. But it's Ramdan the old hand, who's leading the way.
Pedrinho lets him go. He's going to follow the master through on this penultimate time around. See what he can learn. And Luis Miguel lurking just behind the number 3. Sartak now dropped back behind. Now behind Ramdan. Ooh, a couple of riders gone very wide there.
We're seeing that a lot over on that far side as they come back in towards the main grandstand. Again, it's Pedrinho Matos. He's regularly been leading in Sector 3.
Yeah, you can see the awareness that this is a rehearsal, especially from Luis Miguel there. Wouldn't he love a double?
Bike number 3, Luis Miguel. He was shattered after his victory yesterday. He said it was extremely difficult in what he called hot conditions, and the conditions are even warmer today.
A lot hotter today. He said that 34 degrees, we don't believe. I think it's closer to 40.
Yes.
And the track is going to be absolutely blisteringly hot, so adhesion issues as well.
The pace from Pedrinho Matos is still good. Making a first bid now for a while coming in. His bike 16, that's Nakib Rifki. He's held his cards close to his chest, Nakib.
He has. Clever ride, but you said, Des, this is like a little bit like Underbone, and now it is. You are going to have to see some Underbone sorcery for whoever is going to get the win here.
They're on the final lap. Two go out, and one of those is Oratilwe and Luis Miguel.
And Luis Miguel. 2 on the podium yesterday and not going to be on the podium today. Who remains? Well, Pedro Matiz remains, Nakib, Sartak and Ramdan.
Let's have a look at it again.
So let's have a look right in the middle of that pack. It's Oratilwe who loses it and clatters into Luis Miguel. Racing incident, but very unfortunate. 2 podium finishes yesterday are out, and we are on the last stages.
Turn 11. Pedrinho is leading the way. Pedrinho Matos from Portugal is looking to make this a victory, but Sartak Shavan comes in. Ramdan Rosley there as well. Sartak is narrow. Sartak, has he got the drive out? Sartak Shavan holds on. Sartak Shavan for the victory ahead of Ramdan Rosley, Pedrinho Matos and Nakib, with Jean getting a best result. John Kento Turner in P5, but Sartak had the sorcery.
He certainly did. He is delighted with that. Look at that. Those long, lanky legs hanging off that number 2 TVS Apache. He was 5th yesterday. He had a win and a 2nd in Sepang. Yesterday's result was disappointing, and he has come back in the best way he possibly can. There is Luis Miguel's bike. Looks like they've just been putting fire extinguisher fluid on it to keep things cool, so the thing doesn't catch fire. Nothing has caught fire. I think it's just a prophylactic measure. But there is your winner, Sartak Shavan.
On fire himself, metaphorically rather than literally. But win number 2 of the season for Sartak. It moves him just a little bit closer to Ramdan Rosley. And we mentioned him, you mentioned him several times in the commentary, on how he's improving his racecraft and how we've been able to see it over the last 3 seasons. And that is an excellent victory by 700ths from Ramdan Rosley. And just 800ths clear of Pedrinho Matos, who put in a fabulous ride, did the young Portuguese. Nakib Rifki in P4. Jean Kento Turner from Japan in P5. A 2nd down. John Lopez, a very impressive P6 for him. Tosak Rwansai coming in on his home circuit, 1.147 seconds down. And Chirant Vishwanath, who came from nowhere, taking advantage of that crash to come through in P8 ahead of Rakshit Sihari Dave, who will pick up 7 points to add to the 13 he picked up yesterday. Leandro Paredes finishes 10th. Oratilwe somehow got up after that crash and finished, but Luis Miguel could not finish. We saw his bike on fire. Fadil Al-Ghassani and Tyler King both going out fairly early.
Yeah, some South African grit there from Oratilwe Piri. Some Brave souls, sitting not under the shade by the look of it. But by the way, that was a very good P4 for Nakib Rifki. Just 2/10 down on the winner. And well clear of the rider in P5, Ginkento Turner and John Lopez. There he is. Absolute joy for Sartak. That's the best recovery you could make from a P5 yesterday.
Celebrating there, that's good. There's been a telling off by race control, incidentally, just to pass on. So many of the riders pumped up with adrenaline. They've been celebrating on the home straight after victories, and it's caused a whole raft of fines coming in last night. The race control really are trying to get a grip on that, and there's history in the ARRC, which is exactly why they're doing that. So the celebrations are reserved for the Parc Fermé. And a second win of the season for Sartak Shavan.
There he is, Pedrinho Matos. That won't be the last time, I suspect, this season that we see him on the podium and in Parc Fermé. Congratulations from Sal Khan, the tyre technician. Ramdan Rosley looking as cool as ever. Another P2 for the Malaysian.
I can see with the mobile fans, everybody has to keep cool out here. It is a steamy, hot day, and there's not a lot of tree cover, not a lot of cloud cover either, just at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think... Okay, let's go to Daniel, who's in Parc Fermé.
Pedrinho, we knew it was coming, and now finally on the podium. So big fight from the start to the finish, and a bit of drama there at turn 4. So tell us, what was your view on everything?
Yeah, very difficult race and weekend. I start the weekend with very bad feelings with the bike and the circuit. But yeah, in the race we are here, and yeah, I'm so happy for this podium, my first podium. And yeah, thank you so much for all.
Thank you so much, Pedrinho. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now in P2, once again, is Muhammad Ramdan Rossi. And we're just going to try and drag Ramdan to have an interview with us. Let's get Ramdan Rossi. Ramdan, well, it's not a disastrous result for this weekend, is it? Still 40 points, but we knew how hungry you were. Tell us about the final lap. There was so much going on.
Yeah, in the second race, race 2 today was an unbelievable fight from the beginning, because I see everyone can come in the group, can join. So mostly 80% of riders join in the group. Yeah. And I saw it's very tough for me for planning. But anyway, I try my best to put on the last lap and my best. And always I thinking to win. But anyway, my strategy don't go well. But I just try to finish on the podium. And number 2 today, so it was nice for the championship. And I would like to say thank you to all the sponsors. My friends from Malaysia, and also my family and my wife, my son watching from home.
Thank you, Ramdan. Congratulations. And race winner in race 2 for the TVS International Championship from India, Sartak Shavan. Sartak, we knew how much you wanted it, and you finally put the strategy down. It was a hectic lap, absolutely hectic. But tell us, what turned out right for you in that race in your planning?
Yes, so of course, indeed a great race. The best race I've had again in Thailand. After yesterday's mishappening in the qualifying and a tough race, I had to bounce back, and I think I did a very good job. In the last corner, I overtook the other riders, so very happy with my performance. Special thank you to TVS for building me the bike as soon as possible. Thank you to my parents, my father, my mother, and all my sponsors who have been supporting me so far. Yes, for the championship again, I am still in the fight. I look forward for the championship this season, and that is my goal. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Sartak. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Race 2 of the weekend, TVS International Championship. Really good race coming your way. Ramdan Rosley was on pole, but this will be a race where we didn't see an awful lot of Ramdan, but we saw an awful lot of the next gen of racers coming through, Barry Russell, and there's a lot of next-gen racers. Pedrinho Matos for 1, Luis Miguel, the Spaniard who won yesterday for 2, Sartak, who is still a teenager, for 3.
Yep, and Oratilwi Piri, of course, who finished in P3 yesterday, and on that crazy final lap, didn't make it to the, well, he did make it to the finish line actually, but did have a crash. But at this stage you can see how many bikes are in that front group.
We regularly said less than a second between the top 7 or 8, and so it's very Underbone-ish for those who follow the Asia Road Racing Championship. You'll know exactly what we mean. It's cluttered, and accidents and incidents are not unexpected. What you've got to try and do is somehow stay on that bike until you come to the final corner to stay in the reckoning.
Yeah, and throughout this race you could see a really strong performance from Pedrinho Matos, the number 11 there, leading the group at the moment. Sartak Shavan was there all the way through as well, looking to claim back points after finishing 5th yesterday. And Ramdan Rosley always there.
Sartak, who's a tall lad, you wonder whether or not the tall lads have a little bit more of a difficult time on these smaller CC engine, but he manages to control it well. We're coming into 2 laps from home. Oratilwi is in P6 at the moment. Keep an eye on him, and number 3, Luis Miguel. Luis Miguel is looking for a win double, but there would be an incident here where Oratilwi loses it.
Yeah, he just lost it, and the bike took the wheels out from under Luis Miguel's machine. No fault of Luis, but very unfortunate for the Spaniard.
And then coming into the final turn, bike number 2 positions himself beautifully, is able to hold on. That's the key there. What kind of a drive can you get out? He's just able to hold on from Ramdan Rosley and from Pedrinho Matos, with Nakib just behind. It's punching the air time, and thumbs up from Nakib. Oh, job really well done by Sartak Shavan, his 2nd win of the season.
Brilliantly judged win by Sartak.
Happy looking Pedrinho Matos.
Yeah, this is an important result for him on the podium in a new championship for him. Nothing new about that for Ramdan.
No, and he's in the championship lead, and Sartak is the man chasing him. And for all the new kids on the block, it is these 2, in inverted commas, veterans who are leading the way. Let's get the Indian national anthem in praise of Sartak Shavan. This is Jana Gana Mana. Happy boy, Sartak Shavan. Win number 2, 3 podiums out of 4, and a bit of a gap between him and Ramdan and the rest, as we'll see in the championship standings. So Achai Nusin, the race technician for Olins Asia, one of the many sponsors who the racers always talk about from behind the scenes. Many supporters of the Asia Road Racing Championship. Into our 3rd decade is Jai Ismail, motorsports manager of RCB. Gives a big thumbs up to a racer he knows well, Ramdan Rosley. And again, a little moment in the spotlight for Kentaro Kobayashi, road racing operations manager for the global marketing department of Sumitomo Rubber Industries. And spreading the good word to India. TVS Racing International Championship, race number 2. Portugal, Malaysia and India. It's a championship that we associate with India largely, but as you can see, from that podium, spreading the word.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I have a moment. I must count up how many nationalities we've got here, but most of the riders are not from the same country.
Okay, into the championship standings. Early stages. We've only had 4 of 12 planned races. Ramdan Rosley, 85 points, is 5 clear of Sartak Shavan, teenager who's just picked up the win here. Oratilwe Piri, you never know that getting up and trying to pick up points in that race that he's just finished could be useful. He's on 43, 2 clear of Luis Miguel, who didn't get any points today. Nakib Rifki on 37, ahead of Jean Kento Turner, who keeps on picking up reasonable points. He's on 32 in P6. John Lopez from Colombia has accumulated 31, and once again he's shown some promise here today. Rakshit Sahari Dave. We saw the best of Rakshit yesterday with a P4 for the 17-year-old. Hazik Fairuz on 26 is an absentee here. We hope to see him back in round 3. Matos moves on to 25. Chirant Vishwanath on 24. Tyler King and Leandro Paredes, they'll be hoping their season improves. Difficult first 2 rounds for them. Sartak on one side, good to have him on board. KY Ahmad, an absentee here in Chang International Circuit. Okay, there's the TVS Championship done and dusted for today. We move our attention next to the Underbone 150cc, which is, if anything, even more chaotic than the TVS competition that we've just seen. Before we go, though, let's have a look at some of the best of the footage that we've just seen in the race with TVS International Racing. The sights and sounds of Buriram in eastern Thailand. Very warm welcome back to the Chang International Circuit. We are here for the second of 6 rounds of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Coming to you from Buriram. We'll end the season here as well. Our focus is now moving on to the Underbone 150cc, which in many ways is the bespoke championship of this competition, which is now into its 31st year, 29th full year of competition. With the Underbone 150cc, it's always chaotic. We've got some experienced riders. We've got Husni Zainal Fauzi as the defending champion. But this season, we've also got 1 or 2 new riders making their mark. And one of those took the win yesterday in race 1, where we're talking about Fadli Rigani. Let's have a look how he did it. Race 1 of the Underbone 150cc. Some familiar names, Vayuaji Chilaksana. Once we got down to it, 8 laps of the track. It's a slightly shortened grid this season. It was chaotic with 30 last season. We're into the low 20s this year, but it doesn't take anything away from the chaos, Barry Russell.
No, it doesn't, and the aggregate quality of this field is even higher this year. Perhaps that distilling down of the numbers, but yeah, what a race we had once again. Dimas Juliet Moko, the number 52, qualified well. So did his teammate Wayuaji. And as we start to get into who's involved here, it's everybody.
It is everybody, but big names as well. Nazrul Izzat, a former champion, leading the way for Uma Racing, but he's had mechanical problems nearly all season. Aditya Fauzi looking for a first championship. He's been 3rd and 2nd. Bike 143 is always the man to beat, though. Husni Zainal Fauzi for the Zaire LFN team. Wherever he is, that's where you've got to be at the end of the race, because you know he's going to be close.
Yeah, the other riders must be looking for him. And yeah, you mentioned Nazrul Izzat. After the rotten luck, he was looking really strong throughout this race, staying as he likes to, close to the front all the way through.
Bike number 87 is him. We also had a strong Filipino contingent as well. Qualifying very well was April King Moscado for the Racetech Yamaha Phillips racing team. And John Emerson and Guito was also regularly in the front. But as you see, we come to the final lap and just about everybody is still in contention. This is around turn 4, and that's the first of the problems for Uma Racing. Adib goes out, and more problems as well for Nazrul Izzat as they come into the final turn. There's always some kind of confrontation. Nazrul is the man who goes down, and Fadli Rigani is the man who comes through. That's the 2024 overall national championship in Moto Prix, now adding an ARRC victory to his name. Look out for him. Fadli Rigani in Underbone 150. It was impressive as well how he controlled his way into turn 12, which is always critical here at Buriram.
Yeah, he was well cleared. In Underbone terms, that was a comfortable win.
The umbrellas are needed, not for the rain, but for the searing heat. As you can see, there's a bit of heat haze there, and I feel for the photographers who are running around.
And indeed our colleague, Daniel Bogas, who is down there as well.
No need to sympathise for Daniel, he's a young fella.
Armed with a fan, yeah.
We had a pit walk just beforehand, which was well attended. But again, everybody was trying to get into the shade. This is the Chang International Circuit. It's part of the calendar now. Everyone knows it. And for me, I always look to turn 12, but I know you look at many, many other parts of that circuit.
Yeah, many important turns here. This is a much more challenging circuit than perhaps just looking at a bird's eye shot of the track map suggests. The faster you go, the better you are, the more challenging it becomes. But slipstreaming, crucial here for the small engines. As we said for Underbone, these are even smaller, 150cc singles. So lots of slipstreaming on those 2 long straights.
It'll be 8 laps of the track once we get in, 22 on the starting grid. Just waiting for the action. It's a fabulous main grandstand here because it overlooks the full circuit and you're high enough in the commentary position. We're at the very, very top on the 4th floor, but there's great vantage points right the way over the circuit from this main grandstand.
Yeah, we are positioned exactly under the roof here, aren't we?
Next to the birds.
So when it says 4th floor, it's actually a bit higher than that suggests.
Buriram United shirts for young and old alike. And there's Nazrul. He's owed a bit of luck. Nazrul is at 2023 champion. You know what? He's 0 points this year. He's had, well, a 16th, a 19th, and a did not finish.
Yeah, mechanical problems until yesterday when I think he just clipped the wheel of the rider in front of him in that final corner mayhem.
John Emerson Ngito, a best result of P8 this season, but again, he's been on the front row of grids. Today he's in P4. Here's John Emerson Ngito.
Yeah, always ready, loves racing and having a really serious tilt at it this year. 95 is the number change there. That is April King Moscato.
It's been a difficult one because he's changed his uniform as well. He's changed his leathers, and yes.
Yeah, very, very inconsiderate. Sadiqa Fauzi, 77 on the JPNW SND. There isn't a mechanical problem. It's just a regulation that the riders should be manually pushed into position for safety reasons. Yeah, he takes his grid spot.
22 on the grid, and you look at it, there's probably 15 genuine contenders to take a victory on any one of these. Obviously, Husni Zanil will be one of them, but we've had 3 different winners in 3 races so far. Let's get the mood of the grid as we go down to the intrepid Daniel Bogas amongst the heat and the riders in the grandstand.
On the grid for the Underbone 150s, it is heating up. Now, I was going to have a word with Nazrul Isa, but he seems to have an issue. He said, I overheard them talking about the temperature is running a bit hot, so we'll let them work on the bike. We're going to have a chat with John Emerson Negrito. So, John, it's been looking a good start to the season. This time it looks like another hot race. Have you changed anything since the warm-up for your bike?
For now, I just used my second engine, because the last first race is have a little bit problem, and now we think we just use the second engine, then we're ready to race for the second race.
Thank you so much, John. Good luck with this one. And now we're going to head back a couple of rows to Ahmad Darwisi, one of the top Hondas in this class, well, the top Honda in this class currently for this weekend from the UZ team. Nearly dropped my iPad there, but let's have a quick talk with Darwish. So Darwish, strong weekend and a good finish yesterday, well within the group. What are you going to change to try and get that podium?
Syukur Alhamdulillah. Today, kalau hari ni plan sama, cuma mungkin last lap, last turn tu kena kerja keras sikit. Mungkin try tutup depan sikit ke apa semua kan. Try masuk dalam. Kita try lawan Indon lah. Cuba yang terbaik, insyaAllah.
So he's saying that he's going to use the same plan and he's just going to have to try and work harder for the last turn and try and get that inside line. Yeah. So have you changed anything on the bike? It's looking quite hot right now for this race.
Tak ada, nothing. Semua sama macam semalam. Kita cuba yang baik.
Okay. So no changes on the bike, all the same as yesterday. Yeah. Thank you so much, Darwish. Good luck for this one.
Baik.
Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much. Heat stroke getting to our friend Daniel. It is looking hot down there, isn't it?
Yeah, the temperature information we had from Sal and from Kobayashi-san there was that it was close to 40 degrees yesterday. Track temperatures in the mid-50s. Brutal. There's Husni.
Your championship leader. And the defending champion. He was magnificent last year alongside April King Moscato, former Philippine champion at the 150 categories. In fact, I think it was they had an unbeaten season a couple of years ago. Second place here. 6th in the overall championship. And Dimas Julia Abmoko, again, one of the Indonesians who is with the HGS Youngstar team. He's been racing on the Mandalika circuit, and that's working very nicely for many of the Indonesian athletes.
Yeah, Shafiq Rasul, another good rider. Good to see him back in this series as well. But Aeon Credit, JQK's Images, Cardinals. Cardinals attracting sponsors too.
good news for them. Now, P6 was Shafiq Rasool, and there is yesterday's winner, Fadli Regani. Again, you come through the domestic circuit, it's not automatically that you'll develop into the senior circuits and be successful, but Fagani has done that. And Reddy Odding is a newcomer to us, Papuan.
Yeah, an exciting one. Lots of people excited to see Randy in this series. Doing very well he is too. P4 yesterday.
Familiar number 60, former champion, Wayuaji Chilaksana, coming towards the end, surely, of his career, but a P4 and a P2 already so far this season for Wayuaji.
So when's this rider going to come to the end of his career then, Des?
Yes.
Ahmad Fazal Sham, this brilliant veteran, the senior rider, in age terms anyway, in the Cardinals team.
But he's had a difficult season. He hasn't scored any points so far this season, Fazal.
Yeah, true. Shazras for UZ Asia, another exciting rider.
Yeah, we keep talking about the next generations coming up, and that's good to see.
Yeah, for sure.
And we're on board with Charles Shazras just as he takes off the tyre warmers.
Yeah, keep the tyre warm. Even in these conditions, the tyre warmers stay on as long as possible. The temperature needs to be above 80 degrees, ideally, before they start rolling on the tarmac, to make sure that there's no early disasters from going down on cold tyres.
We had a shot there of Gupita Krishna, who's second in the championship standing. Adib Asiad will be hoping for better fortune. His engine went on the last lap yesterday, just as he was pushing it. But we've already heard that Nazrul Izzat had one or two overheating problems beforehand. And here's Silmi Helsinki for your favourite team, Team One for All.
Team One for All. I don't have favourites, Des.
You have favourites, Barry Russell. Largely because you thought he was Pirapong yesterday, that's what I mean.
No, absolutely. Oh, I knew that would come back to haunt me.
Oh, right. Let's look at that sky. Thunderstorms are possible. Literally, it's Thailand. It's in the east. There's not an awful lot of mountains nearby, and so it can sweep in on you very, very quickly. And you can just see the wind just beginning to move a little bit. So let's see. 6 o'clock on Friday, 5 o'clock yesterday. The heavens opened. The rain came down.
Yeah, and it really did. If we get that kind of rain, it will be at least a temporary stop. It doesn't tend to rain like that for too long. It's not going to rain for this race though, Des.
Nope, it isn't. As the 1 minute board is there, 22 on the circuit. We keep an eye out for the Vosges new team, who are not likely to be in the points, but you're hoping for mechanical improvements right the way through.
Yeah, you are indeed. They just missed out on going through to qualifying 2 yesterday, and Hafiz Supat finished 16th yesterday, so only just outside the points and only 2 seconds behind the winner. So Vosges AS25 team making progress.
Yeah, it's not all about the winners. Obviously our focus is on the winners and on the big names, but it's development. It's the next kids coming through, it's the next engines, the next teams that you want more and more to be competitive. Bike 143 though is the man to really look out for the Zia LFN HP 969 team. Beat Husni and you're likely to win the race. As they come round turn 1, we'll go through the grid. Husni Zainal Fauzi on pole position, the defending champion and championship leader, alongside Racetech Yamaha's April King Moscato from the Philippines, and Nazrul Izzat Bahodin for Uma Racing Yamaha, hoping for a change in fortune.
Yeah, row 2 is led by Forrest Winham, Evo's John Emerson and Gito. Next to him, Dimas Juliet Moko for HGS Youngstar Kawahara. Racetech 60, Shafiq Rasool outside of him for Aon Credit JQK Zinich's Cardinals.
Yamaha LFN's Fadli Regani, yesterday's race winner, is on P7, just ahead of Randy Odding for SM Evo Yamaha Racing, bike 129. And Ahmad Dawisi Sahir from UZ Asia. UZ putting up good performance so far.
Yeah, 2 times champion Wayuaji Trilaksana goes in his own team colours. Number 10, next to him, Ahmad Farshal Sham. Sharyl Shazras, the young gun, outside of them for UZ Asia.
Not a young gun. Gupita Krishna Wardena for Zir LFM is on P13, bike number 73, but he may not be a young gun. He will be near the front. Adib Arsyad, another hoping Uber Racing's engineers have been able to work wonders overnight. And Silmi Helsinki, team 1 for all in P15 on bike 58.
Adeep Chavauzi, number 77, goes for JPNW SND Factory Racing, Honda mounted. Next to him, Shirat Sauki, one of the Yamaha LFN riders, and next to him, Afizi Supat, finished 16th yesterday, the number 66.
Akshal Ilam Safatullah, team 1 for all. He had a podium in race number 2 in Sepang. He'll be hoping to improve on that. Tim Rojas is improving race by race for Race Tech Yamaha Philippines. Kiki Sudaman Manuring has season's not really got going for the JPNW SND Factory Racing man.
Yeah, qualifying 22nd is Vosges AS25's Muzakir Mohammed, former TVS champion.
So there you're 22. And again, we look down the list and you think, he might be able to win it, he might be able to win it, he might be able to win it, he's probably going to win it. List of 14 or 15 of this opening 22.
Yep, it's a real commentary rabbit hole, this class, and we love it.
Provided some spectacular moments. Victories of less than 1,000, well, of 1,000th of a second, memorably at Mandalika 2 years ago. In fact, 2 times in a row, we had 1,000th of a second between first and second. There's yesterday's winner, Fadli Rigani. Once you've got that first win, it can do one of 2 things. It can either just build the confidence and you grow from it, or it might be the achievement of a goal and you don't develop from it.
We shall see.
There's one man who did develop, Wayuaji Trilaksana, vastly influential.
Yeah, has been developing other riders in the last 3 or 4 seasons as well. And Sharyl Shazras just moving into his grid position, the number 61. And the red flag holds them there.
And everything looks tickety-boo. The main grandstand looks down. Green flags are waved. We wait for the red lights. We're into the 2nd quarter of the season and we are underway. And that's a good start on the right-hand side.
Yeah, terrible start for April King Moscado, the number 95. He went backwards.
Nazrul Izzat got away very quickly, but also the John Emerson and Gito. Well, Nazrul got away there. April King had a dreadful start yesterday as well, where he was almost pushing his feet to get off the line.
Yeah, he was paddling, yeah, I remember.
But he's away nicely now, bike number 95.
Well, he's in touch, and this is very early days. Early minutes, I'd say, really.
Fanning out on the wide track. They never used to be as sensible as this, did the Underbone racers, did they? They're now understanding they just need to be on the bike. If you're on the bike, you've got a chance coming into the final lap or so.
Yeah, didn't take April King long to make up for that poor start. Right up near the front there.
As they come around the Shore Win turn. Show them the latest of the sponsors with the ARRC, and on Utoi with the drone. Just sees us sweep round 5 and 6. And there you can see, if you're in the right position, you can flow into 7, 8 and 9.
Yeah, it's a lovely part of the track.
Tim Rojas it is, who's at the very back for the Philippines. And being pushed just a little bit wide was Sharyl Shazras, bike number 61 for Team Uzi. On board with Sharyl.
Yeah, looking back at April King, the number 95.
I like those shots because they show how hard they're working through every corner.
Yeah, it's the intensity that the longer shots don't pick up that you get from those onboard shots.
Hosni Zainal Fawzi, the man who's leading the way, as we look back onto bike number 25, John Emerson Ngito, who's been at the top of his trade for over a decade, 2014, 15 and 18 Philippines national champion John Emerson Ngito, still going strong in 2026. Hosni Zainal, though, remarkable what he and his team and the engineers have been able to do. There is April King, bike 95.
Yeah, put himself on the podium with a P2 in Sepang last month.
3 different winners from 3 different races, 3 different second places. It's only Hosni Zainal who's had multiple podiums.
Yeah, podium every time. Can he keep it going? It's certainly been a good opening to his 2026 championship defence.
Rainer Groho has been dropped just a little bit. We've got 13, 15 racers inside 1 second of each other. Making a first move there is Dimas Juliet Moko, bike number 52.
Yeah, that's a great shot round turn 6.
He's not making a break for it, is he? This is very unusual to see.
Let's see. That's Gupita at the front. Advantage Gupita during the twisty part of the circuit. Looking back at Dimas Juliet Moko in the HGS Young Star Kawahara Race Tech 16 machine. It's a longer sentence than we managed to get out in Underbone commentary.
Certainly is, but the guys are being very disciplined as they come through. 27 for Uma Racing.
New engine for him, Adib.
Well, there's how how close to contact you are as they come over the start-finish line of the second of 8 laps. Adib is leading the way from Dimas Juli, Gupita Krishna, Randy Odding, Charles Shazras and John Emerson Ngito complete the top 6. Hosni, bike 143, also in the mix. Of course he is.
Yep, and 1 second covering the first 10.
Fadli Regani, yesterday's race winner, down in P19 at the moment. His comments afterwards, he just had to make sure that he was careful, that he looked after his tyres, that he wasn't involved in too many confrontations and saved his real energies for the last 2 laps. It was a tactic that worked yesterday.
See how it works out today. It's only 1.1 second down to P19, which is a Fizi Supat on the Vosges. Really, really close. Just about everybody is in shot now.
Even Shafi Grassol, who made the comment, good rider on the grid. He's down in P22. He's just a little bit off the pace at the moment, but still plenty of time to come back. And with all the jockeying for position that goes on, very possible to manoeuvre your way from back to front.
LFN making their presence felt at the front. Looking back there at the number 11, the Cardinals machine of Ahmad Fazrul Sham. No points, as you said, Des, earlier, for the veteran Malaysian.
Well, there's Fadli Regani. Unbelievable, isn't it? In half a lap, from P19 into P1.
Oh, there we go.
And there is Ahmed Fazrul Sham. It's remarkable. They're like little magicians, these fellas.
Oh, indeed.
So Fadli looking for a win double. He's taken April King Moscado with him. We're approaching lap 3 as they come round this notorious turn 12 for the 3rd time. 5 more to go. A buzz as they come under our commentary position. Bike 11, Ahmed Fazrul Sham looks straight down the camera lens.
Yeah, Hosni was right behind him too. Nazrul just making a nice aggressive move through turn 1.
We're on the P5 bike looking backwards where we see Ahmed Fazrul Sham. He's in P6 using the full width of the circuit. Oh, there's a problem. Vosges engine problems again. Is that a Fizi?
Couldn't see the number. But unfortunate, but they are taking steps forward. Vosges AS25.
And Waiwaji Chiliksana also out. Wow, that's rare.
Well, we've got really extreme hot conditions that could have something to do with it. Daniel mentioned on the grid that Nazrul's bike had been running worryingly hot on the sighting lap.
Well, there is Nazrul just in P6 at the moment. And you're not only racing, but you're controlling the machine. You're making sure that nothing is too hot, that the tyres aren't being overly worn. You're looking front and back and sideways. There's a million things going on in your mind at the same time as Nazrul just pushes his way to P2 at the moment. There's Fadli Regani in our shot. Outside of the rumble strips go a couple of racers.
He looked very relaxed and happy on the grid.
A bit more tense when they're making that turn. There's the championship leader and the race leader. Maybe he just wants to get out of the crowd at the moment. Nazrul Izzat, himself a former champion. Coming through there.
Yeah, that's Adichie, the number 77. Here they go. Shao Shazras.
And Reddy Odding, who was quick at Sepang. He's got himself into the front. We weren't joking when we said that literally 15 or 16 of these races are capable of winning.
Yeah, it is absolutely true. None more capable than the rider just went through to the right of your screen there. Hosni Zainal Fauzi, the number 143 for Zia LFN. And here they come. There's multiple lines they can take through this turn 3. It's an important turn as well, or will be later in the race. Get a good launch out of there, down into turn 4, and get a good run out of turn 4 into the tight sector 2 and sector 3. Nazrul staying there near the front, coming aggressively through turn 1 on just about every lap, Nazrul, which is interesting.
Yeah, he was taken out on the last corner yesterday, cost him points as he just gets himself into a healthy position. Going round turn 4 into turn 5, this double left. So, Afizi Supat and Wayu Ajitrilaksana both out. Dimas Juliet Moko at the moment is the guy who's down in P20. But the man who's leading the way is Adib Arsyad.
Yeah, Rendy looking aggressive there, the number 129. Looking back at Darweezy there with the black KYT helmet. 87 is Nazrul. Great shots. Almost contact there with Adichie.
6 abreast as they come into turn 12. Midway point of the race. Hosni Zainal leads the way. Doesn't get the best of drives out, but will be leading as they go over the start-finish line, ahead of Adib and Fadli Regani, who set the fastest lap so far. And Shirat Sauki as well, also involved. Fadli's teammate, so things looking good for that team. For on the Yamaha LFN HB969 team.
Yeah, monitoring the gap in the group again. 1.2 seconds covering the top 15.
As we just come into turn 3. And our first look at Silmi Helsinki. Team One for All. Oh, who's that going back in the middle? It's the purple livery. Was it Nazrul? I always worry when I see somebody just going backwards. Is there an engine? And there is a problem. And it's Fadli Regani.
It is.
Fadli Regani is out. A win double has gone.
Yeah, he just needs to get onto the grass now. Onto the grass, that's it. Wow.
Well, we're hoping that he hasn't spilt an awful lot of oil. But having just praised the team, Fadli Regani, well, it's still a successful weekend with 1 win out of 2. But disappointment for him, he's gone out with engine failure just midway through race number 2 of the weekend.
Yeah, no crashes, but mechanical attrition afflicting these riders in these extremely hot conditions here at Chang International Circuit. Rendy coming to the front now. Nazrul staying there as well in contention, as he did yesterday. There's Gupita Krishna, number 73, one of the older hands
The oldest hand of them all has also made a move. The John Emson and Guito's got himself up, bike 25. He's in that mix. As once again, they come down into turn 12. It'll be 2 laps to go at the end of this. They are, again, who's braking latest, who can just squeeze their way through, and the answer inevitably is Husni Zainal Fauzi. He's he's on rail tracks coming around that final turn. Sensational.
And he often leads through over the finish line.
Well, exactly, he gets that right through.
That is by design.
Yeah.
So he's had, I think, 3 rehearsals where he's done that. As well, Izzat is there as well. What a wizard he was in 23, Des, when he used to appear from nowhere and come and take a win.
Yeah, he had 5 podiums in a row, including 3 wins. That propelled him to the title. Yeah, so Fadley's out, Afiz is out, Wayawaji Trilixana's out. There is an attrition, unusual. They're engine failures. It's not usually engine failures that cause the problems in Underbone. Coming just over the brow of this hill, and they'll sweep down. Makes controlling going into this turn 4 a little bit difficult. But everybody swoops around.
Juliet Moko has just gone from nowhere up to the middle of the pack.
And that's the main man behind the Yuzi team, and his men are both involved at the moment.
Paul King is the rider in front. Husni is taking a look up the inside of him. The 143, Aditya Fauzi is there. Good to see Aditya remaining at the front.
Also a shot there of Muzaki Mohammed, bike number 92. Good to see the Vosges competing in the middle of the pack.
That is good, absolutely.
There he is in the purple and sky blue. But up at the front, April King Moscardo is there. Inevitably, Husni Zainal. Again, he sweeps through, and again, he's going to be leading.
What a shot that was. You could see exactly what his game was, and he leads again over the line. If he can do it the next time around, that will be another win.
Well, he's done it 4 times in a row. The one that counts is next time. And he was second coming in there. He's been leading in the other laps. This time he was behind April King. But April King Moscardo, right, he's back into a decent position. As is Randy Odding.
Yeah, he's made a good start to the season, April King. After a disappointing one in 2025. Now, Husni stays on the outside through turn 3. Doesn't have too many go in front of him.
3 ahead of him.
Which is probably about right, by his judgment.
Still for the Philippines, April King Moscardo. A P11 yesterday for the Racetech Yamaha Philippines racer.
Kiki Suderman. Oh, and there is our first crasher.
I think it's Kiki Suderman. Kiki Suderman.
Oh, talk about commentator's curse.
It was you.
It was.
As they come around. Okay, final half lap, heading out into the countryside. On to the farthest point of this circuit. Heading through there for Team One for All. Here's Silmi Helsinki.
Yeah, his teammate Akshal has already put himself on the podium in Underbone 150s in 2026.
Let's see how congested this is getting as they're coming now onto the final turn. We're all here and onto the grass. We've got one out, definitely. We'll keep an eye on that and have a look who's going through. This is sensational. Husni Zainal Fauzi takes a win again. Win number 2 of the season. And he rehearsed. Behind him, Amadawisi, Aditya Fauzi, Sirat Sauki, and Silmi Helsinki. But that is monstrously good.
That was incredible. Oh, no. And it was Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin once again getting the rough edge of luck. Well, he's only had one type of luck for the past 3 seasons. There's concern there with the rider down. So after a very clean race, couple of crashes at the end.
Well, coming through, I think it was Adib Arsiad who came off on the grass at one stage, coming into the final turn. Photo finish, but there's no doubting the winner. Once again, it's Husni Zainal Fauzi.
Oh, okay. Now we've had a change on the leaderboard here. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. All kinds of elbowing going on there.
Well, that's Adib going off.
Yeah, who took him off though? Was that? Surely not. Was that his teammate?
Well, coming through, 52, Dimas Juli Abmoko.
Yeah,
but there is Husni Zainal. Husni Zainal's clean as a whistle. No doubting.
Yeah.
Perfect line.
Yeah, I can see no reason why Husni would be down. Another 2 bikes go there. And one of them, can you believe it? Once again, it's Nazrul.
On that same last corner as well, and that is a dejected run. Okay.
Oh, so
amidst all the confusion, Husni Zainal wins again. He comes through. He's just remarkable.
No confusion for him.
No.
Very often, Des, we can't see that win coming. This time we could see it.
It's win number 7 in ARRC out of 14 races that he's competed in.
That's not a bad rate. There he goes. Now let's see. That's a 0.35, and then these 3 pretty clear.
Dimas Juliet Moko has been given P2. Ahmad Dawisi P3. Ahmad. No.
Dawisi.
Not sure whether that's disappointment that he's been pushed down to P3.
Well, he's on the podium for UZ Asia. Podium for Dimas Juli. But confusion at the end for many of these riders, but not for this one. Number 143 once again.
Okay, the race results are in. I think these are official. Yeah, these are official. Husni Zainal for Zir LFN. 4th podium of the season, 2nd victory, will increase his lead at the top of the standings quite considerably. 2nd, Dimas Juliet Moko for HGS Youngstar, Kawahara Racetech 60, 3/10 down. He's just 400ths clear of Ahmad Dawisi for UZ Asia, who are doing things well in the garage. Aditya Fauzi, good result for the JPNW SND factory racer in P4. Shira Chowki for Yamaha LFN, half a second down. 7/10 down is Silmi Helsinki for Team One for All. 8/10 down, Charles Shazras. Again, UZ P3 and P7. April King Moscado for Racetech. Yamaha Philippines within a 2nd in P8. Just outside a 2nd, Aksal Ilham Safatullah, who continues to race well for Team One for All. Muzakir Mohammed for Vosges. We like that result. Neutrally, 1.5 seconds down. That's a vast improvement for the Vosges team. Randy Odding for 4S1M Evo Yamaha. Further down, after Randy, Ahmed Fazal Sham, Tim Rojas, Shafi Grassol and Gupita Kreshner, the last of the scorers. Out of the points, Adib, John Emerson Ngito, Nazrul Izzat came on the last lap again. Kiki Sardaman came on the last lap. Fadli Rigani, his engine blew, and Afizi and Wayu Ajuchiliksana will not get any points for today. So they're the official results of a chaotic ending that ends with Husni Zainal winning again. He truly is remarkable. We're just waiting to get into the Park Ferme to get some kind of reaction.
I think Aditya was moved down a place. I'm trying to remember what the first finishing order was, but I think Aditya was 3rd.
Okay, right. We're just getting information that Dimas Juliet Moko has received a penalty. So Ahmad Dawisi will get himself into P2. And Aditya Fauzi moves up into P3. That's what all the consternation was about. So very, very quickly, Dimas Juli has been relegated from P2 to P4 for exceeding the track limit. Was that on turn 12? There's several places on this circuit where you can exceed the track limit, but exceeding the track limit, number 52, Dimas Juli Abmoko drops 2 positions.
Yeah, we can have another look, but I think it was the final turn. And so once again, we have Aditya, Honda-mounted Aditya, on the podium. A little bit on-off this one, but race control deciding quickly who should be on that podium. No hanging around and people giving trophies away later, as you see in some series.
Good result for Aditya Fauzi, his first podium of the season. And I think we can go down to Daniel, who's got some post-race reaction amongst the chaos of Parc Ferme.
P3 Aditya Fauzi after some recalculations of what happened. Aditya, difficult weekend, very difficult weekend for you and the team, but as always in the race, you have something special. What did you do differently?
Ya, di race 2 ini saya hanya bekerja keras dengan bantuan kru dan mekanik dan semua doa-doa untuk dari keluarga dan teman-teman yang di Indonesia. Saya juga tidak bisa menyangka bisa di posisi 3 dan alhamdulillah ya mungkin ini rezeki saya.
So he's saying he couldn't do it without the hard work from the crew, and it just really worked really hard for the race. And it was with all the prayers from his family, from everyone back at home. And he didn't expect to be promoted, but there you go. Congratulations, Aditya Fauzi, brilliant ride. And now in P2, for the first time, we have Ahmad Darwishi. So we're going to get Darwish from the UZ Asia team. So we got 2 Hondas on the podium this time. Darwish, it's the first podium and it's in P2, just promoted. So Darwish, it's been a long journey for you. Can you tell us how was this weekend? You were close yesterday, but this time you've done it.
Syukur alhamdulillah. Kita dah buat yang terbaik, kita apa tu? Semua ni rezeki dari Allah. Kita dah training banyak kali. Kita buat betul-betul teamwork semua. Mekanik semua dah buat motor dengan cukup baik. Race tadi pun agak sengit. Berapa kali naik ato apa semua. Tapi alhamdulillah last lap tadi, last corner, awal buka ruang. Dapat masuk. Dah syukur alhamdulillah nombor 2.
So he's saying he's grateful because the team worked really well. A lot of efforts from the team and himself. And in the race, he had to really fight a few times, nearly a few moments, but in the end, he found a space and he managed to get in. Congratulations, Darwish, on the first podium here.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to get Husni Zainal Fadzi winning race 2. Let's get Husni over here with us for an interview. Husni, Api, you've done it again. You're the defending champion and you're starting 2026 very strong. Difficult race though. There was a moment we thought it was going to rain, but everyone stayed calm, they stayed dry. Tell us, how difficult was that last lap?
Ya, terutama saya mengucapkan puji syukur alhamdulillah kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala dan kepada tim yang sudah bekerja keras di minggu ini. Dan untuk yang mendoakan, terima kasih banyak. Ya, jalannya race tadi sangat seru karena sempat di R2 itu ada sedikit hujan turun, tapi di turn lainnya kering. Dan ya alhamdulillah tadi Alpi di last lap mencoba tetap tenang. Kesalahan yang di race 1 kemarin Alpi jadikan pelajaran untuk di race 2 kali ini dan alhamdulillah berhasil. Terima kasih banyak rezekinya untuk hari ini ya Allah.
So he was saying that he's grateful for the team, he's grateful for the team's efforts, grateful for everyone's prayers. And he said, yeah, it was scary for a moment there when they arrived at turn 3. There was a bit of rain dropping, but in the end, it was a difficult race. But he learned from the lesson from yesterday, and he used that as a lesson to fight for today and get the win. And he feels blessed and grateful for the victory today. Congratulations, Husni.
Race 2 of the weekend. It's difficult to look beyond Husni Zainal Fauzi, pole sitter, championship leader, defending champion. But off to a sluggish start as the man on his left-hand side, Najrul Izzat, he got off to a good start on bike number 87. John Emerson Gito, an even better start from him. As usual in Underbone 150cc, it's just a case of avoiding calamity until the final couple of laps, Barry Russell. But that's easier said than done.
That's exactly what they did, actually. There were no crashes until the final lap. There was some mechanical attrition though, as we shall see, as we look back there at the number 129 of Rendi Oding.
talk that there was a little bit of rain that came through in the far corner of the circuit. It's always a possibility here at Buriram, but it doesn't stop the racing going on. We had Nazrul Izzat, bike 87, and bike 77, Aditya Fauzi, both genuine contenders capable of winning. But there's yesterday's winner, Fadli Regani, going out.
Yeah, here was the first mechanical failure. Realised what had happened. He was way off the racing line, but took perhaps a little bit longer than he should have done to get onto the grass. But I think no harm done, except to him and his engine, of course.
Yes, it's disappointing, of course, but April King Moscato, bike number 95, was able to get through. There's the first of the rehearsal that you've seen. Going through, Husni Zainal, he said, what's the best line? How do I take it? What drive do I get out? Look at 143. He did it not once, not twice, not 3, not 4 times, 5 times. 4 rehearsals, and then executed on the final lap.
Yeah, and in a class that's so difficult to predict who's going to come through, it was actually obvious what was going to happen, unless somebody outfoxed him, but I don't think anybody there is capable of outfoxing him.
Lots of problems on the final lap.
Yeah, that was Kiki going out on the number 178.
And there would be even more problems on the congested race into the final corner. Oh, that's a naughty one, isn't it?
I did going out.
And then even more attrition coming into the final corner. We expect it. And that one was Nazrul Izzat once again. Another DNF for the former champion. But Husni Zainal, it's not easy, but he makes it look easy.
He did. He made it look easy. He made it look predictable. But great result there for Dawizi to come through second.
Podium. Well, there was a little bit of race control getting involved. Dimas Juliet Moko went over the line in P2, but has been relegated to P3. To P4. And now elevates Aditya Fauzi, who's pretty happy about being on the podium from that celebration. Ahmad Dawizi, a first podium for this very promising young Malaysian.
Not very often we see 2 Hondas on the podium, Des.
Correct. We see this man quite often.
Yeah, what was his name?
Yes. Championship leader. A win rate, 50%. Not podiums, wins. And so Zia LFN, of course, they will be the team award winner. And we will get the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Stands with the God of my motherland, sings all of the Indonesians about Indonesia Raya. And Husni Zainal, in a racing context, is doing exactly that.
Absolutely. You can see the Zia LFN team not yet tired of winning, Des.
Santosh Pujari, president of Powertrain and Chassis Asia Pacific, is the man handing out the awards to the top 3. Schaeffler, recent sponsors. Again, we thank all of the sponsors. And how about Yuzi? Yeah, 2 in the top 10. Some racer himself in his time, Yuzi, even in my memory. Crazy. In a good way.
Yeah, good genes there. Continuing through.
But Husni Zainal, wow. how to get the better of this man. 4 consecutive podiums, 90 points he won the championship by.
Really a class above.
Kratos Wongsawan, FIM Asia Vice President, to hand out the team award to Zia, LFN, HP 969, Adeline MCR RBT 34 racing team.
Well done, Des. In one breath, too.
Photo of sponsors, of organisers, of the support team, but most importantly, the 3 winners. How do you get the better of this man? And he clearly likes winning.
Yeah, and the team absolutely jubilant as well.
Okay, these standings, which we're about to see, they include the update that we had of the 1, 2, 3. So Dimas Juliet Moko in P4. What it means in the standings, 82 points for Husni Zainal. Look at that, 38 clear of Gupita Krishna, who only picked up 1 point today. He's a point clear of Dimas Juliet Moko for HJS Youngstar. Aditya Fauzi in P4. Indonesia 1, 2, 3 and 4, plus 6 and 7. Fadli Regani on 37. Ahmad Darwisi moves on to 39 for UZ Asia. While Aji Trilaksana level with April King Mascano for the race tech teams from Indonesia and Philippines respectively. Akshal for Team One for All on 33. Charles Shazras consistently picks up points on 30. Randy Odding on 29, as is Sharad Sauki for Yamaha LFN. Simi Helsinki Team One for All, 21 points. Clear of John Emerson and Gito and Adib Arsyad. And Uma Racing Yamaha must hope for their luck to change. Okay, we move our attention next on to the AP250s, which is similarly competitive. Do look forward to that one. That's coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships from Buriram in Thailand. Before we go on to the AP250s, though, let's have a look at some of the best pictures our cameras picked up of the Underbone 150cc.
Here returns for Astra Honda as a replacement rider for this round. Good to see the number 16 back again.
The familiar figure of Andy Mohammed Fadli for Pro Power Antara. So familiar figure, familiar colours, new team. He's riding as a replacement rider. Piripong Luboympeng for Team One for All, stepping up to the AP 250s. Galang Hendra Pratama, always feel he's capable of a good result on bike number 99 for Yamaha.
New colours on row 4 for Aiki Yoshi. Next to him, Irfan Haikal and Tiranai Tubtim, Kritapat's teammate. Starts 12th.
On row 5, Hu Tri for UZ Asia team. Daniel Shami for Uma Racing and Pacharagon Tongalodong from NJT PTT Lubricant Racing.
Chandra Hermawan heads row 6 from Rish Takahira, who's riding injured actually, and Gary Salim.
Who had a very popular podium. Fadil Musyabi on P19 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, alongside Aldiaz Aksal for Yamaha Baf. Yamalube Akai Jaya in P20, and Gaojang for Team One Fall on P21.
Going very well for Pro Power Antares, having his best weekend in the championship. Shun Chen Zhang and Jan Chunhao next to him, and
Jazil Jarami
outside of him.
And then Idil Fitri Mahadi, who had a difficult time yesterday for Victor Racing on P25. Reikyo Hasegawa for Servo Hypersport on P26, and Carlson Jacob Solis for SDG Hard Pro T27.
Leading the field is Lu Yin, Setu Rajiv and Shota Yokogawa.
Happy Master Day.
All set, all focused. Let's get back to business. There's 30 on the grid. It is a big grid, Underbone-ish. I keep using that analogy about Underbone because it's so chaotic and so crazy. It's getting like that in TVS, it's getting like that in AP 250 in a good way, in an excellent entertainment way, and hugely competitive. Hiroki Ono is the man, though, who showed such maturity. He said he loved racing. He's with Honda Racing Vietnam as a coach. He's filling in only. Red lights are out. Race number 2, AP 250 underway. Solid start over on the far side from Krittipat, and that's a better start for Krittipat than yesterday. He's got away into turn 1 nicely.
It was a good start from Panjaruk from row 2 as well. He launched very nicely, as we will see as these two shake out, but it's Krittipat. Fahmi Bassam, front 2.
We had a look there at 999 earlier on, the chats that we had with Jan Jin Hao. And it was good just to hear from the other racers. Andy Mohammed Fadli in the lime green is just on the tail end of there, but Krittipat has got away at a heck of a lick.
Yeah, all kinds of lines being taken through turn 3. Hiroki Ono, who went in P3, saw what was going on around him and thought just to stay steady and keep himself out of the way of trouble.
Here's Danica Arons, bike 123, a former champion. Ono up into ahead of Reza Danica, just coming over the crest of that hill, turning into turn 4. And now through 5 and 6, the double left-hander, and a bit of a gap emerging. It's a bit of a train. It's a fast pace from Krittipat. Sector 2, 42.9 from a standing start.
Yeah, Krittipat carrying a 200 RPM rev cut because of the extent of his lead in the championship. Hiroki Ono back up into P2. The other old hand here, Reza Danica in P3. Irfan Ardiansha, who was a little bit disappointing to my mind in the race yesterday, in P4.
We've got some good replacement riders and wildcards in this championship. As Reza Danica, bike 1, 2, 3, just has a little glance inside. He's tight enough to hold on. Maybe a P2 for Reza Danica. Indeed, he's just going to pip Hiroki Ono as they go over the start-finish line for the first of 10 times. Reza, a former champion, looks far more comfortable at 250 than when he stepped up to 600.
Yep, some riders, like Hiroki Ono, are just really, really good on light motorcycles. I'm surprised they tend to be the smaller stature riders. Krittipat trying to make a break here.
He is, since the very start. He's got good straight line speed.
Yeah, nobody's close enough to challenge him into turn 3, where we see that a lot.
But his top speed was only 189.8 in the first. lap. That's interesting.
Yeah, best top speeds here just about touch 200 kilometers an hour from these 250 machines. Let's see if he gets swallowed up by the peloton on the way down to turn 4.
Further down, Ayoshi, that's down in P15. There's a bit of a gap already. There's 6.5 seconds down between 1 and 24, which is Jazil Jiraimi, the veteran Singaporean, as the long lap served by Hiroki Ono. That was for celebration problems yesterday. Race control taking a dim view on those who celebrate on the final straight. After turn 1, you can celebrate, but you go over the start-finish line and celebrate too early, you're in trouble.
Yeah, safety issues, of course. Let's see where he's rejoined. Hiroki Ono has rejoined in 17. 3.6 seconds down.
Well, that makes his task a lot more difficult now, but not beyond him.
No, there's most of the race to go, and he took that long lap penalty early. Got Daniel Shami just in front of him now, the number 57 for Uma Racing.
As they come through, Kritipat and Reza Danica, joined by Rich Takahira.
Yeah, Rich Takahira's been quiet this weekend. I didn't realise why until I was talking to him in pit lane and put my hand on his right shoulder and discovered the padding underneath.
Ah, okay. Also up there is Panjaruk, who's probably been the find of this weekend. A first podium for him, still a teenager.
Takahira, he's a proper disruptor, isn't he?
in all sorts of ways. Oof. Didn't want to give any space there to Reza Danica.
Reza Danica not giving up either.
Panjaruk looks on at that and says, oh, okay, if you want to play like that, I'll just go on the inside of your reach. Is that your bad shoulder?
Yeah, he was totally unfazed by the company he was racing with yesterday. There goes Kritipat. Still got a few bike lengths between him and the others. Well, the others really need to... Oh, there's Danica making some adjustments there. Quite sure what was troubling him on that right handlebar. Reach Takahira, he's going to try and get out of the way, see if he can get after Kritipat.
Takahira with the fastest lap time so far as they come down towards turn 12. Really is a fast pace from Kritipat. Oh, man down. I think it's it was the one of the Kawasaki's.
I think Andy's still up, so that must be Shen Zhang.
Shen Zhang, yes.
Unfortunate for him, he was having a really good weekend.
No, it's Andy Fadley who's gone down.
It was Andy.
Well, we'll try and find out what happened there, because he was racing well this weekend, Andy Mohammed Fadley. Yeah, bike 108. That is dug in deep.
Yeah, the Marshall's always ready there with those big straps to pick up the front wheel and drag the bike clear to safety. This is really good work from Kritipat.
Just looking at the track, and it was turn 7 where Fadley went over.
Yeah, that's a fast place to crash.
Kritipat, fast as you like. 151.9 his best time. A last of 152.0. He's lapping around about that 152s, high 151s.
Yeah, and here once again, as we get into the race, is Tiranai Tub Tim, running mate to Kritipat, making his presence felt in that battle for the other podium places. He's running 36, 39 is your race leader, Kritipat, and championship leader.
At 250, it's so difficult to make this break, isn't it? But that's what he's done. He's got a lead of over a second, has Kritipat. And he just looks like he wants to barrel even further forward.
And you would think with a 200 RPM rev cut that he would need some slipstream to be competitive and get the result on racecraft, but nobody sent that memo to Kritipat. There he goes. And Tub Tim, his teammate for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, slotting into second as they cross the line once again.
Well, they've obviously found the right formula have Yamaha Thailand today. 1 and 2. 6 laps to go. Panjaruk tries to sweep in. Reza Danica at the back of that. This is the battle for P2. One goes through. Panjaruk, the teenager, with Teranai Tuktim on his shoulder.
Yeah. And Takahira in there as well. No podium yet for Takahira, despite his speed. He's one of these young riders that needs to find consistency. Just cool his head down a little bit.
Just keeping an eye on Hiroki Ono, who had that long lap penalty. He's got himself up into P10 now, within 3 seconds of the leader. So he'll be in that gaggle of racers just behind this leading group of 5. Well, leading group of 1 plus 4. That lead has been extended to 1.2 seconds now.
Yeah, this is a brilliant job. It's, as you said, Des, so hard to get away in this category. These riders probably doing him a little bit of a favour now. Panjaruk looking to improve yesterday's P3 by at least 1 spot. His Yamaha-mounted compatriot and fellow young gun, Chiranai Tubtim, having different ideas. And then you've got the old gun, Reza Danica, behind them. And the Japanese disruptor, Takahira.
Well, there's Hiroki Ono, slowly but surely up into P9 now. He's just past Fadil Musyavi. Let's see what the lead is for Kritipat as he goes round. It's not straight line speed that's doing it for him. He's doing it on the technical part of the course. 1.5 seconds clear at the moment as they go over the start-finish line. It's up to 1.9 seconds. That is a fabulous lap, a 1:51.706. His best lap, 7/10 quicker than Reza Danica in P2.
Yeah, just looking at Hiroki Ono's progress, the positions are being chipped away at. He's up from 17 to P10, but he's still exactly the same margin behind the leader. So that shows you the pace of the front. So let's just look at that another way and say that he is 2 seconds back from everybody except Kritipat at the front. So you wouldn't put it past Hiroki Ono with half race distance remaining to get onto the back of this group.
Absolutely. 3 seconds, it's possible. Is he on the back there? I think he's attached himself onto the back.
Yeah.
There he is. Oh no.
1.5 seconds up to Panjaruk. That's all.
It would be hugely impressive from Ono if he were to do that.
Yeah, I suppose that Kritipat's gone. And this lot, battling away as they are.
16 is Irfan Ardiantia. He's useful. 76, there he is, just tagging along on the tail of that. He's got that back within 3 laps of taking his long lap penalty.
Yeah, brilliant work, as you would expect from the cool head of Hiroki Ono.
Well, Kritipat, as we focus on what's going on behind him, Tiranai Tubtim may be defending Kritipat as a few go onto the green strips, but Reza Danica will come over in P2. The difference, 2.7 seconds. This is phenomenal from Kritipat.
Yeah, Hiroki Ono still about the same distance behind Kritipat, but only 1 second behind Reza Danica, who crossed the line in P2.
Hiroki Ono only 0.2 of a second down on Reza Danica. A P2 is possible for bike number 76. Rich Takahira, 44, goes around 222. Fahmi Bassam, there's some good athletes in that little group, which makes the performance of Kritipat Yankam even more impressive to be destroying this field. 4 laps to go. Panjaruk is there. Fahmi Bassam, 222. The lead as they go round the Shorewind turn 4.
Yeah, fastest lap is with Hiroki Ono. No surprise there in his battle to catch up. Yeah, he's going to
It's Rich Takahira he's got in within reach.
Within reach, within reach.
Indeed. And he goes on the inside up to P4, and Takahira has to take evasive action. That's aggression from Ono.
He's not hanging around, is he?
In inverted commas, he's only a coach. Irfan Ardiansa stands in front of him. Another replacement rider for this weekend. Chandra is there as well. Look at that, Kritipat throws himself around the corner. It's 3 laps to go. He's led right from the very start, Kritipat Kriyankam.
Yeah, Panjaruk going wildly wide there. At half the length of the home straight there is the lead of Kritipat.
Remarkable.
Over these frantic chasing pack.
With a rev cut. That's the phenomenal thing.
Yeah, and you have to say great work by the guys in the garage there to change the mapping to pretty much eliminate that disadvantage.
He's regularly been in the high 151 laps. That last one of 152.0 for Kritipat. And there is his lead, 3.5 seconds.
Yeah, and while that storm through by Hiroki Ono was going on, Daniel Sharmi got onto the back of him as well, because Daniel Sharmi was well back, and now he's in that group.
Bike number 12, track limit warning for Panjaruk. Chitwirul-Chat.
Yeah, that was the exit to turn 12 last time around. Shin Jang not so far behind.
Yeah, we just got a shot of the lime green there.
6 seconds back from the leader. It's good progress from Shin Jang.
Yoshi just in front of him.
Oh.
And that's, was that the Hawk Pro? That wasn't Yoshi. Oh, somebody's pushed very wide.
It's been Jacob, yeah.
As we go under the Schaeffler signs. Oh no.
4 seconds.
Chasing Musyavi.
Daniel Sharmi up in podium contention, and he was down in the teens just a few laps ago. I think he hitched a ride with Hiroki Ono through the pack, and he certainly made the most of it. He's in front of Hiroki Ono now.
Panjaruk has made a move as well. He's 4 seconds down on Kritipat, but he's a second clear of Irfan Heikel and Hiroki Ono and Fahmi Bassam. 2 laps to go. A lot of work for the guys in the chasing pack to go beyond the 2 front runners.
Yeah, good work from the Malaysian 250 riders, Irfan Heikel and Daniel Sharmi. My goodness, that's some lead, 4.3 seconds.
And Panjaruk comes through behind him. Right, Irfan Heikel's got through. What happened to Daniel Sharmi? He was in that top 3, and suddenly he's dropped down to P8 or 9. Even further down. That's P2. P3. Oh no, Fahmi Bassam pokes his nose out so we can have a look over the brow of the hill, down into Shorewind turn 4. Yeah. Chandra, bike 88, lucky for some.
Yep, he's been there. Well, other riders have been up and down. Chandra's been there. Another track limit warning for Panjaruk. 3 strikes and it's a penalty, so he needs to take care. There he is.
But he's thrown himself into this race as well.
Yeah, well clear in P2. So the battle for the final podium spot is about to catch fire when they start this final lap. Fahmi Bassam, Tiranai Tub Tim.
Down into turn 12. Kritipat is round turn 12 and goes under our commentary position. He goes over the start-finish line now. This is the battle for P3 with Tiranai leading that way and protecting his teammate. And Panjaruk also doing well. Pitaponglu Boimpeng sadly out.
Yeah.
Walking away, okay. Just a bit of gravel.
That's Panjaruk, so forget about him and let's just focus on this group being led now by Tiranai Tub Tim for Yamaha Thailand.
Well, but on the final lap, that's the hairpin for the final time at the end of the long straight. They're at the furthest point away from the grandstand of this circuit. And now they'll come back in on the second of these longest straights.
And Hiroki Ono about 7th or 8th in that group. But it is on the back straight. Let's see what he can do about it. Fahmi Bassam goes to the outside first. Tiranai comes storming up the inside of him. Who's going to get through that Sherwin corner first? It is Tiranai.
Well, the Yamahas are almost working as a group there. Chandra involved.
The Honda behind those 3 Yamahas is Hiroki Ono's number 76. Honda Racing Vietnam.
Again, as we focus on this, way ahead is Kritipak Yankam. Tiranai Tuptim leading that little battle in his own. Panjarak in splendid isolation on his own as well. But this, as we focus on P3 here, coming round the turn 12 for the victory will be Kritipak Yankam. He's led from start to finish as Kritipat, and he slows down going home. It's a terrific win. Panjarak makes it a 1-2 for Thailand. Behind them for P3, it's a sprint for the line that's won by Chandra. Chandra Herman ahead of Reza and Tiranai and Fahmi Bassam. Thrilling stuff for P3, but the winner, Barry Russell, Kritipak Yankam from start to finish. We never see that.
Untouchable, and with that rev cut, as we've said, and Panjarak, third yesterday, takes a step up to P2. Chandra Hermawan, that was an excellent ride from the Indonesian. It's a quiet one, but he's kept himself in position, executed the final turn well, and pushed Reza Danica into P4. Tiranai Tuptim, a young teammate to Kritipak. Good race from him. He came in P5, just about 0.2 of a second down, and then it was Fahmi Bassam who's continuing his good debut. Replacement riders, Irfan Ardiansha and Hiroki Ono were 7th and 8th, and then it was Reach Takahira. Reach was just 24 hundredths down from the winner.
Confirmation, 4.6 seconds slowing down. Kritipak Yankam was on pole, led from the very first corner and just blasted away, which we didn't think the AP250s could do. Panjarak Chitwirulchat took up belatedly the chance with about 4 laps to go. He pushed himself into P2. Chandra ahead, as you say, it's close between Chandra and Reza. Very close between Reza and Tiranai. In fact, identical times posted. Fahmi Bassam has been given P6 again. That's hundredths of seconds between 4 through to 7. Immensely close. Irfan Ardiansha, Hiroki Ono, for once not coming out on top in a close race for Honda Racing Vietnam. Rich Takahira just outside, 7 seconds down on the winner. He just edges out Daniel Sharmi. It's crazy close, huh? Fadil Musyavi, Irfan Haikal, Galang Hendra in P13. Aiki Ayoshi in 14 for Team SDG with Hark Pro on the Honda. And 15, Aldiaz Axal Ishmael for Yamaha PAF Yamalube is the last of the riders to pick up a point. Just out is Sun Chenjiang, a very good P16 for him. Hugh Tree 17, Gao Jiang 18. Jian Junhao, who we spoke to earlier on for Victor Racing, he'll be relatively happy. 40 seconds within the margin. He knows he's slower, but that's a significant improvement on work done yesterday by all 3 of the Chinese athletes. Lu Yin did well, lost a little battle with Shota, but got the better of Setu Rajiv, Piripong, Gary Salim, Carlson, Jakob Solis and Andy Mohammed Fadli, all not completing the circuit.
And 1 second covering P3 to P13.
Crazy, huh? Underbone, it's Underbone. It's just in a different format.
Yeah, extraordinary race though, with Kritipak getting away as he did, and then Panjarak getting away in P2 as well. What a talent that Honda rider is.
Well, there's a hug of a job well done for Chandra.
That was a really good job done.
It's his second podium. He had a P3 at Sepang. He's added a P3 here. Now we can go and celebrate with his team. Panjaruk, you waxed lyrical about him yesterday. And is there a bit of emotion from the youngster there, or is it just relief?
There's a little bit of emotion there. His big boss, kind of like having a word with him. Yeah, he might well be a little emotional. P3, P2, he'd have taken that if you'd offered it to him at the start of the weekend.
Absolutely.
Or would he? Would he have just been going for a double?
Well, you heard what the big boss said. Nothing but number one. Maybe he's going to get his wages docked for failing.
No pressure.
Indeed, I felt that. Okay, Daniel Bogas is just in front of the advertising hoarding. He's doing his best to attract the 3 top riders. And we should be able to get some post-racers interviews anytime now. Yeah, let's go down to Daniel.
Chandra, you almost came out of nowhere. It wasn't a good qualifying, but in the race, you found the perfect line, the perfect strategy. Tell us about the race. It was an amazing battle.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, thank you so much to Yamaha Racing Indonesia and my mechanic and my crew. And I have start berusaha yang bagus dari posisi 16 dan saya alhamdulillah tadi sempat ada mendung tapi pertengahan lap panas banget dan saya alhamdulillah menempati posisi 3. Terima kasih buat yang keluarga di rumah, keluarga besar saya, bos dan juga tim Yamaha Racing Indonesia yang pasti. Terima kasih.
So saying it was a good result from P16, and for a while there was a bit of cloud cover, but then it became really hot in the end. And he wants a big thank you to his family, to the big boss, and to the whole Yamaha Racing Indonesia team. Congratulations, and what a P3. And in P2, once again we have Panjaruk appearing on the podium. So Panjaruk, it was an amazing race from you. We thought it was going to be a battle for second, but then you found the gap. Tell us, how did you find that gap out of nowhere?
ก็อยากขอบคุณทีมแล้วก็สปอนเซอร์ครับก็วันนี้รู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่เข้าที่2ก็อยากขอบคุณทุกๆคนครับที่คอยให้กำลังใจครับ
He says that he would like to say thank you for everyone coming here. He already did his best, and we see what is going to happen in the next few races coming up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luthabazin. Congratulations, Panjaruk. And race winner in race 2 for the AP 250 class, Kritapat Kyongkom. Kritapat, that was a dominant race. You had controlled everything from the front. Did you feel nervous or have any pressure at all leading like that?
Yeah, I want to say thank you to my team, Yamaha Thailand Racing Team, for work hard for me and my bike, everything. And then thank you to my coach and then my sponsor and then my family. Yeah, for today race 2, I can do but focus on the next race in Motegi.
Thank you, Kritapat. Congratulations.
AP 250, second race of the weekend, and look out for a dominant performance from Kritapat Kyongkom, the championship leader. 2 wins to his name already, and the tyre is off to a fast start right at the very front. He's on pole position. He leads from start to finish, which we rarely get in AP 250 by Russell.
Very rarely get, and even from pole position you wouldn't expect that. You'd expect him to be challenged, but even on the first lap he was gapping behind them. At that point was Farming Bassam. There is Roki Ono doing the long lap penalty, second time around.
Ono won yesterday, got the better of Kritapat, but Kritapat was saying, I'm not going to worry about Ono, and I'm not going to worry about Reza Danica or Reach Takar. I'm not going to worry about anybody. I'm just going to blast away. And we looked at the lap times. He was regularly 3/10 faster than everybody else in the track as he pulled away into the final 2 laps. He persuaded young Panjaruk Chitwirulchad to do exactly the same. So the Yamaha and the Honda both clear. And then that left a lot of fun for the battle for P3.
It certainly did. How many riders there? Maybe 10 riders battling for the final podium position. It was phenomenal. It looked as though at one stage Kritapat's teammate Tiranai Tubtim might take it, but Chandra Homawan had been lurking there all the time in that pack. Really solid race, kept his nose clean. The 88 there going round the outside, still not looking particularly threatening.
Their 88 is beginning to come through, but it's the Yamahas who've got things right here at Buriram on race 2 in the AP 250s. The Yamaha of Krittipat is out in the distance. We had to remind our director, yeah, that's the leader, he's so far ahead, but we got him. He wins slowing down. That's a brilliant weekend for Panjarak, and then behind him Chandra, as you said, comes from nowhere to take P3, 1 second separating, I think you said P3 from P13.
Exactly, yeah.
Remarkable.
Yeah, it is literally Underbone-esque. No exaggeration, it's not hyperbole at all. What a race.
Terrific from Krittipat and from the guys behind them. And it makes for, well, a runaway lead from Krittipat in the AP 250s, but only just over a quarter way through the season, a third of the way through the season. And we'll keep an eye on this young fella, Panjarak Chitwiralchat, for Honda Racing Thailand. A young prodigy who's come through the development situation, but Krittipat Kiankam, 3 wins in 4 races so far. It's a dominant performance. Yamaha Thailand Racing Team picking up the team award. And we will have the Thai national anthem in celebration of Krittipat's performance. He's takes the 3 cheers as well.
Very well deserved.
Kratos Wongsawan, FIM Asia Vice President, will happily hand out the winning baubles to the Thai winner.
Yeah, the national FIM affiliate, always overjoyed to see their own riders on the podium.
Strictly neutral, of course.
Yes, absolutely, the officials, but yeah, absolutely. Quite an impresario of motorcycle racing in Thailand is Kratos Wongsawan.
And the organisers, the administrators and the sponsors, such an important part for us to get the chance to see the emergence of the likes of Panjarak and Krittipat. Kintaro Kobayashi, Road Racing Operations Manager, Global Marketing Department, Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited, better known to us as Dunlop Motorsports. They provide the tyres, and I think there's a continued agreement with Dunlop.
Yeah, new long-term agreement signed, which is fantastic news. Interesting too that riders coming in from other championships using other tyres really like the Dunlops.
Krittipat, a runaway victory and a runaway lead in the championship standings, which we'll move to in just a few seconds. My unofficial calculations make him 22 points clear of Reza Danica, who hasn't had the worst of weekends. We haven't really focused on Reza Danica. P4, so not on the podium, but P4 today, a P2 yesterday. So the former champion isn't out of reckoning. And Panjarak, well, we have spoken about. He's just a further 2 points down. These are the official standings coming your way. Krittipat Kiankam for Yamaha Thailand Racing, 86 points, 22 clear of the aforementioned Reza Danica, and for the 2 clear of Panjarak. Those 3 are well clear of Chanda Herman. Good points for him today. Hiroki Ono, who I wonder if he'll carry on trying to race for Honda Racing Vietnam. He's there as a coach and a replacement rider. We'll see in round 3. Daniel Sharmi for Uma Racing Yamaha on 33 points. Gary Salim on 30. Tiranai Tubtin, again, here possibly just for the one weekend for Yamaha Thailand on 27 points. Rich Takehira on 25. Fahmi Bassam slowly getting to grips with the 250s for Yamaha LFN HB 969 on 23. Phirapong Lupoimpeng crashed out today on 21. And 18 for Aoshi for Team SDG with Park Pro. 16 apiece for Masyabi, Vietnam, and Galang Hendra Pratama for Yamaha BAF Yamalu. Okay, our thoughts move on to the bigger beasts next. They also focus a little bit on whether the weather is closing in. There have been 1 or 2 drops of rain reported around the circuit. We'll give you a weather update as well as bring you the best of the championship when we come back. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championship from the Chang International Circuit. We're going to the Supersport 600 next. Before we go, though, 1 or 2 of the pretty shots that we had in the AP 250s. A very warm welcome back to the Chang International Arena, overlooked by some famous sights. And we have the view of the arena here, the magnificent grandstand, been with us since 2014. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell, describing the action on day 2, races number 2 of the second round of 6 of the Asia Road Racing Championship. We're moving on to the Supersport 600cc. Let's have a look to what happened 24 hours ago into race 1 yesterday at the Supersport 600.
Well, it was an ultra-competitive race, which we'll be having a look at in just a moment.
Okay, McKinley Kyle Paz from Philippines on the circuit. It's a small grid, 14 on the grid, but it's a very, very good grid. And once we got away yesterday, keep an eye out on Kazma Daniel, who won last time out, bike number 27. He would have a decent start. And Anupam Sarmun, who always races so well here on his home circuit, bike number 500. They were the ones really to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, you always know what you're going to get from Anupar, which is 110%. Tanak Longpliao, who took a while to get up to speed here for round 2, but he found his form for race 1. He is in P3, just behind the 2 Yamahas there. Kazma just dropped back at this stage. He started from pole position due to an infraction by Wayne Negroho, who did qualify on pole, but he used too much of his rear qualifying tyre, so he started from the back. At this stage, halfway through, he was back up. Wayu was back up to P6.
Yeah, bike number 89, that's exactly where he would finish actually. In his post-race comments, the actual winner, Kazma Daniel, says he was a little bit worried at this stage with 2 laps to go because he kept on dropping back. He was worried about his tyres, but then he just found a sudden surge of energy, and with memories of winning the championship on the last corner of the final race of the season, he was inspired once again to say, maybe this is my track, maybe that is my corner.
Yeah, those are your front 3, but throughout the race, Virgin Atna for Astra Honda looking really strong behind them, looking for another podium in 2026.
Bike number 27 is the one to look out for. He just takes the tighter angle, gets the better drive out. The back wheel grips, and he's just got it. Tanat is very close. There's elbows thrown as they cross the line, but it's Kazma Daniel Kazmuddin who takes his 2nd win in a row, 2nd win of the season, and also leads the championship by 4 points. That was yesterday. Today is a different day. The clouds, they might be closing in, which could cause 1 or 2 problems. It's certainly not a wet weather race. There have been 1 or 2 little mentions, a bit of spitting going on over in the far corners, but nobody's wearing protective clothing at this stage, so maybe they're not worried about it. And I think we can go down to get some pre-race thoughts, where the hard-working Daniel Bogas is amongst the scrum on the grid.
So early in the AP250 race, with the sun out, the track times were looking around 55. So Dunlop reckons with this cloud coverage should be dropping down below 50, but you never know with the weather here in Buriram this weekend. Let's have a chat with Anupam Sarmun. We'll let them grab this photo real quick with the sports minister, and then we'll jump right in. Anupam, yesterday, his plan was for the final 3 laps to push, but ultimately he only managed 3rd, so it was just a 10th out. Sorry, we'll allow them to take this photograph for just a quick second. And then now we will jump in, I feel. And I think we can, yeah, let's jump in. So, Anupam, yesterday the plan was for the final 3 laps to push. What's the plan now? Is it going to be to push in the first 3 laps?
I will keep the plan same yesterday, because yesterday we have a problem with the tire. We checked in data. We have too much pressure in the tire, because yesterday so hot, today so not hot too much, but I think we can push last 5 laps. I try again.
Thanks so much, Anupam. Good luck. And now we're going to head to row 2, and we're going to have a chat with Kyle Paz and see what he feels about this race. So, Kyle, it was actually a really good race up until the moment at the last turn. So, What will you be doing differently for this race?
For this race, I want to just follow the group, try to manage the tire, and for sure, last 3 laps, attack, and try to win this race.
Last 3 laps, same as Anupam.
Yes, yes, yes. Because it's very hot, easy to finish the tire, so this is also my plan to preserve the tire for the last 3 laps and win. You know?
Thank you so much, Kyle. Good luck for this one. Now we're going to head next to Kyle in P5 with none other than Kitsada Tarachot. So, Kitsada, yesterday we saw it was a really intense battle. What will you be doing differently? Did you change the setup in the warm-up?
In what?
In the warm-up, did you try a new setup or are you going to maintain?
No, I keep late one setup.
So is the plan to attack early or to wait until the last few laps?
For late two, I will try to my best in the first lap and go to leading group. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good luck with this one. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Yes, it's brightened up a little bit. There was a bit of cloud cover. Now it looks like the sun is out again. It's so changeable here. I do feel like a weather forecaster sometimes, both here and at Sepang, but it can have such a major impact.
Yeah, and we heard yesterday the hot conditions yesterday, making the riders concerned about their tyres for later in the race. And yeah, Anupam did tell us earlier as well about the problems he had with rear grip, which was why he only managed to finish third. And the conditions are hotter today. Let's see what they can do.
This is a tight championship, and there's some good athletes out there. The championship is led by Kazma Daniel, bike number 27, the defending champion, but he's only 4 points clear of Helmi Asman, who hardly came into the reckoning, Helmi, after a really good weekend in Sepang. A first and a second. There was a P6 for Helmi. Here's Kazma, a seventh and a first, and then a first yesterday, so good work for him. Tanat Leongplau in P3 at the moment, and Tanat, that's 2 podiums in a row for Tanat. He comes under the radar, Tanat, doesn't he?
He does, and this weekend he was under the radar until qualifying and race 1, but looking really strong now. Here's Kyle. Told us his plan, so no secrets.
A DNF yesterday, though, came off late on in the race, having performed well. He was in the top 4 for a long time. You do need to keep cool in these conditions. And then there is Fairoze Torkatullah, who was fabulous at Underbone, and he's still pretty decent at 600s.
Yeah, shown some good pace, but hasn't quite put it together for a race here this weekend. Unlucky in qualifying, it has to be said. He was held up on his main flying lap.
Best result of the season, a P8, which was yesterday. Now, they did not start in Sepang. He had problems galore at Sepang in round 1, Fairoze.
Yeah, second season in this category, so it's time to shine for the Indonesian.
Fadila Arbi, bike number 93. I saw him walking around on crutches before, but he was, are you okay, was the question, and of course I am, is the answer. He'll be riding, despite being on crutches.
Yeah, the riders never say much when they're injured.
That was from an incident yesterday, as we have a look at the grid for the Supersport 600. Kazma Daniel Kazmuddin, Hong Leong Yamaha Racing on P1. Yamaha Thailand Racing, Anupam Samoon, normally does very well here at Buram. He's on P2. Tanat Leongplau for Honda Racing Thailand is the one Honda on the front row.
Yeah, right behind his Hong Leong teammate is McKinley Carl Paz at the front of row 2 from Kitsadar Tanachot, Honda Racing Thailand, and Fairoze Torkatullah for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
On to row 3, Herjan Atna Firdaus, Astra Honda Racing, all riding the CBR 600. Helmi Asman, I'm expecting more from Helmi today after such an excellent performance in round 1 for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. And Fidila Arbi Aditama for Astra Honda, crutches and all, he's in P9.
It's been a struggle too for Karolin Pawi, who starts 10th on row 4. Next to him, Dimas Eki Pratama, getting to grips with the MS Glow for Men 600. And Izam Iqmal hasn't had much luck this weekend, hoping for better today.
And on the last row of the grid, Zhao Tianhao for Victor Racing Team, the privateers. Again, they're looking for incremental improvements. And Wainagroho, fastest in qualifying, but pushed back to the back of the grid both yesterday and today. A double jeopardy for some shenanigans during his qualification, which is basically he went a lap more than he should have done on his qualifying tyres.
Exactly so. So pumped up is Kasper Daniel, who's changed his personal colours from pink to green for 2026. Brought some good championship defending form with him too. It's 500 is Anupab Samoon, hoping to make his tyres last a little bit longer than they did yesterday and give him a chance of a win. Currently 4th in the championship, despite 3 podium appearances so far.
Okay, everybody just getting into place, including the bad boy, Ryan Agroho. Number 89, so frustrating, but he broke the rules as the red flag just checks all 14 are in place. And then the red lights. We are go. Supersport 600cc. Kazma, a little bit of a wheelie, slows him down, and Tanak can just lead into turn number 1. That's again a good start from Tanak Leonclau. Can he hold on? Kazma's trying to get alongside him. Big pace from Kazma, and Anupab goes with him as well.
There's 3 suspects at the front once again, led at the moment by Anupab, so the order did change quite a bit. That was a good launch from Tanak. He goes into turn 3 in P3.
McKinley Paz has secured his position in P4. Behind them, there's a lot of jostling for positions. But that long straight immediately sorted out. Anupab looks in the mood. Sometimes, despite the visor, despite the distance, despite the cameras, you can just sense that Anupab is in a strong mood. But then again, Kazma, as he launches into the brakes going into turn 5, immediately retakes the lead and says to Anupab, you might be in the mood, but this is my track.
Yeah, and Anupab won't for one moment agree with that.
Out into the countryside for the first time, 12 laps of the race. We'll soon eat up the kilometres on this circuit. Behind them, McKinley Paz will be hoping to stay on the bike today. Paz.
Ferozi made a decent start too. He's currently 7th, not so far back.
Paz a P5 and a P4 as Kazma leads coming into turn 12. Tanat takes just the tighter angle and edges out Anupab Samoon. The Kazma leads going over the line after lap number 1, and Helmi Asman's made a decent start. A very good first lap from Helmi. A very quiet weekend from the Malaysian, who was championship leader coming into this weekend. Now looking to make his first real contribution.
Colin Paui seems the woes continue for the number 98. He is down in 11th. Already more than 2 seconds down. Better from RB. Not quite as good as he was yesterday from Herjan Atner, who quietly stayed in place behind the front 3 yesterday and ended up in P4. Kazma calm at the front.
Interesting.
Oh, and there is
long
Tanak.
lap.
We forgot about that.
Yes.
Yeah, doing the long lap. Let's see where he comes back. So this is going to spice things up.
Well, he comes back right at the very back. Tanak Leonclau.
Yeah,
not the very, very back.
P11 and 2.9 seconds down. So it is, as we were saying yesterday with Hafiz, about a 3-second delay when you go through that long lap loop.
And he's got some seriously good riders to get through.
Yeah, I think given the pace and the evenness of the pace in this category, Tanak's got a very, very tall order to even get a sniff at the podium today.
In front of him, Carolyn Paui and Ryan Agroho, just to give you an example of the quality. It's still Kazma Daniel who is leading. Anupab Samoon, though, has just posted the fastest lap time of a 1:39.8. But it's literally only 3,000 faster than Kazma.
Yeah, Helmi getting onto the back of McKinley Paz now, looking like the Helmi we know and love. 2 attacks on the way up to turn 3. Kazma again takes the front.
And through Rosie.
Rosie up into 6th.
I think that's 5th. Yeah, that's Helmi Asman. He's got his eye on there. These front two just beginning to pull away though, Anupam and Kazma. And that's a worry for the rest. Because if they work together, they're capable of getting away. Kyle Paz and Helmi Asman, they might have to work as a duo as well. Early stages. Everybody was saying in the pre-race, look after the tyres because the degradation will come in later on.
Yeah, be very interested to see how Helmi handles this. Coming from a little way down, he's looking really aggressive, but he's got a long, long way to go.
There's P1 and P2 going through.
Yeah, 2 riders. The Malaysian goes on the inside. Pub slots in behind as they go through. Know each other very well. Everything you ever learn about motorcycle racing says never look behind. Never. And of course, everybody does.
Kazma was just checking on, and behind them, well, it's a 3-way battle now. Pyroti's got really on the tail of Kyle Paz and Helmi Asman. Anupam happy to let Kazma do all the work up front, and that's probably sensible. Just get a little bit of slipstream, protect the bike, protect yourself. We're only a quarter of the way through this race, plenty still to go.
Yeah, 1 second back to that group. So it is looking like a break by the Malaysian and the Thai Yamaha.
It was 1 second, but I think you can physically see that McKinley Kyle Paz, well, he was closing in. Suddenly there was an acceleration away. We'll have a better view here as they come under the Boiram Hotel, heading out towards the castle, and then they'll come back in right, left, right. Tanat Longpliao down in P6 at the moment. Excellent season of him so far, a P8, a P3 and a P2 for Tanat. Yeah, this is a good recovery from his long lap.
Yeah, the young Thai really earning his corn in this race after that long lap.
The gap was 1 second. It's less now. McKinley Kyle Paz has reduced that gap to 7/10, and Tanat.
Down goes Hergen. Oh, the Astra Honda of Hergen. He was walking wounded, so that's going to sting.
Hergen Adna Ferdaus. No mechanical problem there. Just eased him.
Let's take a look at this gap there's at the front. It seems to be shrinking.
Oh, it's much shorter now. There
he is behind Tanat, and the front just goes away from him. Yeah, and the bike hits the gravel at speed. Doesn't quite go into one of those horrible tumbles, but he hobbles away. Nothing serious there, I think, for Hergen. Shame after a good race yesterday. Yeah, McKinley Kyle Paz a lot closer now to the front two. There was a gap of a second, now it's just 4/10.
Kazma still being allowed to lead by Anupam Samu. But as you say, well, the Yamahas are closing in. It's Yamaha 1, 2, 3, 4 actually. Helmi Asman is the best of the Hondas, and he looks like he's having to work pretty hard to control that. More of a glide coming in from McKinley Kyle Paz. He looks behind as well. Clearly he didn't listen to the training either. As we come through with 7 laps to go.
Yeah, this is a convincing performance from the Filipino.
He's had a P5 and a P4, and it did not finish when looking for another P4 yesterday, maybe even a podium.
Kazma wants Anupab to go ahead. That's the reason for the look back. It might be that he thinks Anupab's got a bit more pace. As Kyle is catching up. A little gap back to Ferozi, but Ferozi's now up to P4.
And I can tell you it's in P5. Tanat Yongpliao has got ahead of Helmi Asman. This is a terrific recovery. I tell you, it seems like the long lap penalties are just a spur to those who have to suffer them. There is Tanat, 1.2 seconds down. That's catchable. He's been lapping inside 140. The only one, him and Wayu Nugroho lapping inside 140 as well.
Yeah, and look at the body language of Tanat. Ooh, as Helmi goes way off, that hasn't done his chances any good whatsoever. He's adrift now at the front of the group behind.
Tanat does superbly. Right on the back of Ferozi, and Tanat is going to look on the inside of Ferozi. If he doesn't take him on turn 12 here with 6 laps to go, he's right on his back wheel, and he's going to be looking now to move into P4 down this home straight. And he just edges into position. Turn 1's not going to happen. Maybe on turn 2.
Remember what a tough competitor Ferozi Torikatula is. He's not going to give that up easily, but Tanat will make the lunge on under braking into turn 3. Here he comes.
Exactly what he's done. Up into P4. Wow.
Now he's looking at a podium, and the man in the last podium spot is looking back at him.
But again, Wayu Nugroho has also made great ground, great territory.
Yeah, often we see, well, normally we see races string out, but this one we're seeing close up. Very competitive. Anupab continuing to lead.
Maybe race control's discipline is just giving them something to be angry about for Tanat.
Yeah.
It's an excellent P4 at the moment.
Yeah. Kyle's going to feel the hot breath of the young tie down his neck any moment now. If he finished on the podium after a long lap penalty, that would be quite something. I know it's not #1, as the boss says nothing else is acceptable, but you might need to make a concession this time around. They go front 4, covered by 0.7 of a second. Anupab, Kazma, Kyle, Tanat. Just behind them is Ferozi.
That's Tanat lapping at 139, 139.5s.
Yeah, fastest rider on track right now is Tanat Longpiao. With that extra sting, that is extra motivation. Been an error for him then, just going into turn 3. He just lost a couple of bike lengths on McKinley Carl Paz.
Still only 19, Tanat. Again, he's another who has been around, you think, for a while, and then you look back, well, he started very, very young. I've known him from the MSBK in Malaysia, where he was a guest rider.
Yeah, 2 seasons ago, I think he won in MSBK.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And that kind of experience, domestic experience, as an international and domestic experience, it does wonders for your development.
Yeah, we'll be forgetting that Panjaruk was a teenager as well in another year or 2.
What did he have forgotten? The way he rides at a 250 level. This is 600s, 5 laps to go. Anupab is now taking the strain, after Kazma took it for much of the first 6 laps of this race.
Tanat still pushing. What's he taken out of his tyres, though? Is a question.
McKinley Carl Paz still hanging in there. Tell you who's going backwards. Helmi Asman going backwards at a rate of knots. Bike number 32. He's dropped down now to P10. That's not good news for the Malaysian.
These riders still being a little bit cagey about tyre wear, partly why they're so bunched up, looking around all the time. That's the reason for that as well. But 39.8 race pace, pretty much what we saw yesterday. But they are bunching up. After they come round and complete this lap, there'll be 3 laps left. And that's the mark that they were thinking. They're going to need to pull the pin and go for glory. Look at Tanat coming up, having a look up the inside of McKinley Carl Paz. Here he comes. Stands him up.
Superb from Tanat Leongplao. He's got himself up into a podium at the Indian Oil corner, and it gets applause on the inset shot. They're very good for giving us a reaction. Honda Thailand. And he's not settled with that one, is he? He's getting right on the back of the front two, Anupab and Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, let's see how the tyres are as we get into the championship rounds, the championship laps of this race 2.
McKinley Carl Paz had a nervous look behind. He's just wary. Is Fairozi close enough to attack him? The answer's no. But we're in the Honda garage. Yeah, it's a little bit more muted in the Yamaha garage.
They're all looking around, trying to judge the condition of their podium rivals. Advantage Anupab as they can go around turn 3.
This is where I'm worried for Kazma Daniel, because he spent so long in the lead. Possibly having to push too much, and that tyre degradation is now what they're all worried about.
Yeah, Anupab made a good point too. As Tanat goes through into turn 5, he's going to go through on Kazma.
Wonderful.
No option whatsoever, no quarter given to Kazma Daniel as Tanat stormed through, and now he's after his Yamaha mounted countryman.
This is a fabulous ride from Tanat Leongplao. This is one that will be remembered. It wasn't like he lost just a couple of places. He's come from P11, Tanat, after having the long lap penalty imposed on him. And now with, well, coming up to the final 2 laps, he comes on the inside. Not going to attack here. Anupab will take it. But this race is far from done, because Kazma's still in the mix. Kazma 27, but Tanat can't get close enough to have a go on this home straight.
Yeah, we remind ourselves how well judged Kazma's victory was yesterday. 0.003 of a second. It's going to be another really close one today.
Plus Anupab knows this circuit exceptionally well. They're the front 3.
No threat to Anupab as they go into turn 3 for the penultimate time.
Well, we've had 3 cracking races already today, and this is billing up to be possibly the best of the lot if Tanat Leongplao can compete this comeback. But he's got some seriously good opposition ahead of him. They come over the brow of the hill, round into turn 4 for the penultimate time. Tanat looks closer. This is where he made his move on Kazma on the last lap. Not close enough this time on Anupab.
There's going to be some serious jockeying into turn 12 this time around.
McKinley Carl Paz is just closing in a little bit on the back of Kazma, or Kazma's dropping back on the front 2. There's the difference. Look at Anupab's last laps.
Yeah, I think maybe Kazma's tyres are dropping off now. Maybe his teammates, not so much.
That was the worry for them. Tanat's last 9 laps, 39s right the way through.
Here he comes.
Phenomenal. Tanat can't leave the braking that late. You've got to have some braking round turn 12. Right then, final lap is a go. Tanat versus Anupab. 2 ties in a thrilling battle. Honda versus Yamaha. Tanat looking for the performance of a lifetime.
And a right old battle between Kazma and McKinley Carl Paz. Just behind them, the Hong Leong teammates.
Tanat, round turn 3. Can't make that move.
That is a wide Yamaha R6.
And going through there, we've got McKinley Kalpaz trying to make that aggressive move, but can't quite do it. Anupar, we said yesterday, his bike just seems so much wider than anybody else's. Is there a way round for Tanat Leongpliao? Behind them, look at that. Kalpaz has got ahead of Kazma, who did too much work early on and is suffering the consequences. Fairozi and Kitsada battling for 5 behind them. Wainagro and Fadila battling for 7. Oh, Tanat. He hasn't got much time left. We're into the final half lap as they go underneath the hotels, out towards the castle, and then it's the sprint for home.
Oh, this is brilliant riding, brilliant defensive riding from Anupar. Brilliant too from the 19-year-old Tanat Leongpliao as they come through turn 11.
It's all on this. Tanat Leongpliao, is there a way through? He's gone around the outside. Can he hold it? Tanat Leongpliao tries to hold it to sprint for the line. Tanat Leongpliao, the performance of his life. Oh, my word. Oh, that's fantastic.
Jubilation in the Honda Racing Thailand pit, as you would expect. What a brilliantly judged win. He had a long lap penalty. That cost him 3 seconds. He was 11th, and he came back up and somehow got past the brilliant Anupar Sarmoon right at the end.
Frustration in the Yamaha camp, but that is all about Tanat Leongpliao. That is just magnificent. From P11, he manipulated his way through, took his opportunities, protected his tyres, and won on the last corner, and that wheelie is well worth celebrating.
Well, we knew he was a good rider. He's just become a star in Thailand, beating the wily and blisteringly fast Anupar. Couldn't have judged that any better. What a performance. You said it right, Des, the performance of his life. Let's have another look. So, through turn 11, they plunge down here. Anupar trying to make that R6 as wide as he can, but it's too late because Tanat takes that wide line, chops in front of him. Anupar switches back and just puts his head down, but it's too late. He can't get the drive out. Tanat gets the drive and gets the win. Wow.
Wow, indeed. Wow, indeed. Tanat Leongpliao. Behind them, Anupar. McKinley Kalpaz got the better of Kazma. Fairozi got the better of Kitsadu. Wainagro, who rescued a P7 from the back of the grid. 1/100th of a second for Tanat Leongpliao. Ah, easy. Easy in the end. Sensational. Ahead of Yamaha's Anupar Sarmoon. Hongliang Yamaha 3 and 4. The individual bragging rights there go to McKinley Kalpaz over Kazma. Fairozi on the Yamaha. 4.5 seconds down, getting the better of Kitsada. Wainagro, who 6.5 seconds down. Fadila Arbi Aditama, crutches and all for Astra Honda Racing in PA. Carolyn Pawi and the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia crew had a tough time today. Helmi, only a P10 today for Helmi Asman. And then Dimas Eki, Izam Ikmal, Zhao, and a did not finish for Herjan Afner. But those celebrations will go on long into the night for Tanat Leongpliao.
Yes, they absolutely will. Absolute joy and jubilation. And I said earlier in the race, he's going to be struggling, given the pace of the riders in front, to get on terms with the podium. Well, how wrong can you be? How wrong can I be? Sorry.
Yes, don't include that me in that.
Yeah. Kunalak secures the Thai flag around the shoulders of the winner.
I think that's a first podium for Kalpaz as well. Certainly this season it is.
This season, yeah. So he looked promising yesterday, but crashed out. He put it all together and beat his championship leading teammate, Kazma Daniel. Yeah. 2 fingers up in the air, up on the pegs, salutes. He had the celebration ready.
Let's go down to Daniel and let's see what sanity we're going to get out of Tanat if his emotions have calmed down at all. Daniel Bogers with the post-race interviews.
Carl, it looks like the plan went to work. The plan actually worked. The final 3-lap push, and we saw he got the better of Kasma, but it's a bit of battle. Can you tell us about that final fight?
I managed to keep my tire until last 2 laps, and then last 2 laps I attacked Kasma, but I didn't have enough tire also, so I tried to manage until the finish line. So it's credible because yesterday we crashed, and now we got back in the podium. So I'm very happy. Thanks to my team, thanks to my family, to my wife, to my baby, and also to all my supporters there in Philippines. Thank you to all.
Thank you so much, Carl. Congratulations. And now in P2, again on the podium, we have Anupap Sarmoon. Let's get a quick word with Anupap. So Anupap, again, we saw you trying to manage the pace at the front, but then when Tanat came, did you have any tires left to attack, or do you feel that it was already on the limit?
Yes, I want to say thank you the team for make the new good gift from the rear, but in the race I still feeling not 100% with the front tire. When I put last 5 laps, I think I using the braking hard more, and the pressure is come down. When I try the last on the last lap in the turn 5, turn 7, I'm losing the front. I just keep 90%, not 100%. But today is good, very fun game, and Tanat is very fast. And thank you for the Thai fan, thank you for all sponsor and my team, Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Khom khap.
Thank you, Anupap. Congratulations. And victorious in race 2 for the Supersport 600 for Honda Racing Thailand. It's Tanat Lampliao. So Tanat, long lap penalty, but you still managed to find your way to the front. Did you have any tires left in that race?
Yeah, so before we have long lap, but I feel lost confidence a little bit, but my team say I can do. Yes, today I can do. And long lap, no problem for me, and I'm so happy I can do it because long time not coming here. So I don't know how to say. I want to thank for sponsor support me everyone. ขอบคุณทุกกำลังใจครับของคนไทยก็วันนี้ผมทำได้แล้วครับก็เป็นเรสที่เหนื่อยมากสำหรับผมแต่ก็สู้เต็มที่ครับขอบคุณครับ
Thank you, Tanat. Congratulations.
Let's have another look, Des.
Race of the day, it's got to be said. In the was Supersport 600, we've had 3 excellent races already, and this would top it. Keep an eye on Tanat Leonclo, bike number 31 in the red. Got off to a solid start, but he knew that he had a long lap penalty coming up for over-celebrating yesterday. Well, he served that long lap very early and would drop down into P11. Surely you cannot win from P11 in a race of only 12 laps.
I think one of the commentators might even have said that, Des.
Possibly. It was competitive. We were seeing Kasma leading from the off. We were seeing Anupap holding his tyres, letting Kasma do the work. And then Tanat goes on the long lap. It only had, what, 3.5 seconds? But there was a lot of traffic and a lot of good traffic in between Tanat and the front.
Yeah, and there he was with 8 laps remaining. Oh, and that was the exit of Herjan. P4 yesterday, DNF today for the young Indonesian. And Tanat was on a mission.
It's the long march from Tanat Leonclo as he came from 11, got himself up, and now he's into P4. Make that P3. Fare thee well, McKinley Kyle Paz. And look at the reaction from his pit crew. And they think 4 laps to go. Can you do it? You've got Anupap, you've got Kasma, the defending champion, and the widest shoulders in motor racing ahead of you. Well, there goes Kasma. So it's 2 down, 1 to go. But time runs out.
Yeah, brilliant defensive riding by Anupap, but he had no answer for...
Well, there's the rehearsal.
Yeah, that was the rehearsal, and it looked really solid from Anupab.
And then we come on to turn 12 every time in this wonderful circuit. There's hope from Honda. They believe in Tanat. There was a little bit of negative body language. Then it's onto this final corner. He is brave, brave, brave is Tanat. Leaves the braking as late as he can and manages to hold on. You'd imagine Anupar would have the drive, but Tanat has the drive. And he stays within track limits as well. Keep an eye on that one.
Absolutely.
And the celebrations are there for everybody. It is the race of his life.
Yeah, no exaggeration whatsoever. He salutes, we should salute him too.
Yes, well done, sir. It is a first podium of the campaign for McKinley Carapaz. He had 2 last season. I had to just double check. So he's no stranger to the podium. But he had a good race, he had a plan, he executed it well, and he's got the better of Kazma, who led for so long.
Yeah, establishing himself as a real contender in this category. P3 yesterday, P3 today.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Salutes and bows. Quite appropriately under the gaze of the king. And this will be a happy team victory for Honda Thailand. And they'll enjoy the national anthem of Thailand. Yes, he wants more. He deserves more as well.
Yeah, one of the things here at Chang International is the grandstand overlooking the podium.
That was Wong Sawan. Well, he's had a bit of luck with the winners being from Thailand on the 2 times he's presented the trophies today. Anupab, he was very gracious in defeat there.
Yeah, he was. It's one of those things where you know you've done everything you could have done. This was Tanat's day.
As we said, still only 19. Chachanak Chichov, International Event Director at Chang International Circuit, great supporter of the Asia Road Racing Championship for a decade and more. Handing out the team award to Honda Racing Thailand. A little calmer now are the pit crew. And what this will do for Tanat, it'll push him right into championship contention, because it's 3 podiums in a row. He's gone 3-2-1. And we've got Mategi next, which may well suit him as well.
Yeah, could do. Yeah, Mategi, another stop and go circuit.
On the championship standings, Kazma is still leading by 3 points, but Tanat Leongpiao for Honda Racing Thailand is now right on his heels. But this is close. Helmi, after a dreadfully disappointing weekend, is still in P3. Only 16 points accrued by Helmi for Idemitsu Honda this weekend. Anupab Sarman on 60 for Yamaha Tyre Racing. Ryan Negrohu, he'll be both encouraged that he was quick, but frustrated that he was from the back of the grid on both occasions. He's on 43. Kalpaz moves up to 40. Persian Atna crashed out in race 2. He's level on 38 with Fadila Arbi. Hopefully he's not joining him on crutches. On P9, Fairozi Krotorikatola from Yamaha Racing Indonesia on 26. Dimas Eki, MS Gloferman, is just trying to accumulate points. It was another 4 accumulated today, 11 for the weekend for MS Gloferman. Carolyn Paui continues to struggle with the Honda He's on 19. Isam Iqbal 18. Kitsada 16. And Zhao Tianhao for Victor Racing Team improved on his best time from yesterday in he's P14. Okay, so that was some race. We've had 4 out of 4. As the sponsors look on and the rain stays off here at Buriram, we turn our attention to the big bikes, the Superbikes, the 1000cc. That is coming up next. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championship from Buriram in Thailand. Before we go, let's look back at some of the highlights, some of the best shots our cameras picked up on that exhilarating Supersport 600. very warm welcome back to the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's not only motorsports they have here. They've got a big football match coming up, the ASEAN Shopee Cup semi-final second leg in the week. And tonight there is a league match. Buriram United are the defending champions of the Thai League, and they are also defending that ASEAN Cup. So it's not only football that has made Buriram famous, it is, of course, international racing. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkle. It's been our privilege to be coming here for well over a decade now since this stadium and the venue, the Chang International Circuit, came into being. And football has very much put Buriram onto the map. Sorry, sport, Barry, has very much put football onto the map.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bold vision, and it's really paid off. Buriram has flourished in the last 10 or 15 years.
I've spoken enough about football. Let's talk about the Superbikes, the ASB 1000cc. It's coming up next. Let's have a look at the riders who'll be taking our interest. So they're the main athletes who'll be putting their wits around 15 laps of the ASB 1000cc circuit. This is race 2 of the weekend. It's race 4 of a 12-race season. Race number 1 obviously took place yesterday. Yesterday we were looking up at the clouds to see, was the rain going to come? We're looking up at the clouds once again to see, is the rain going to come? The answer yesterday was no. The answer today looks it might be no as well. Plenty of time though before we get going. Barry, your thoughts on the weather situation first, and then we'll go on to looking back at yesterday.
Yeah, it is rain, probably no, I think, for today. And yeah, we've seen rain at 5 and 6 o'clock, but Hafiz set us alight yesterday. An absolutely sublime performance.
Indeed. Let's go and have a look at the best of the highlights from race number 1 yesterday. ASB Superbikes yesterday, Chip Nakarin and Azroy Hakim Anwar knew that their Hondas are a little bit underpowered compared to the Ducati of Hafiz, but Hafiz, who won both races at Sepang first time out, he had a long lap penalty to overcome and didn't get off to the brightest of starts by Russell.
No, he didn't. Came from 5th on the grid and went around. He came in to do his long lap on the 3rd time of asking, which we'll see in a minute. Kito Abe, head down, giving it all as always. But Zakwan Zaidi, who stormed through qualifying to take pole position alongside Azroy, made a very good start to this race. Here is Hafiz's long lap penalty, cost him 3 seconds. You can see how long it is from that shot.
3 seconds, but only 2 places. That was crucial. He didn't have a lot of traffic to go through, and the 3 Hondas in front of him, they seemed to be battling it out, and there was some communication amongst us saying, why are they working so hard? Because they know Hafiz has got the speed, and once he was onto the back of them, it was just a matter of time before Hafiz Sharin was able to take them. He got back onto them within 3 laps.
Yeah, they did really help him to catch up by squabbling amongst themselves, and they lost out because of it. And Zakwan losing the lead to Hafiz at about mid-distance.
And from then on, it was all a case of Hafiz, Azroy Hakim and Zakwan Zaidi were doing their best to beat off the challenge of Kito Abe. Abe on bike 39, and Andy Farid was also trying to make his move as well. He had a real mistake that he made very early on. It cost him a lot of time, maybe 3 seconds, but he was unable to make it. He did his best though, but perhaps over-eager to get onto the tail of Hafiz Sharin, Andy Farid, and he wasn't quite able to do as he wanted. There he is in P4. He would actually finish in P5.
Yeah, normally cool, calm, collected, and very, very fast. This was, by his standards, a bit of a scrappy one for Andy Farid yesterday.
This is where he tries just a little bit too hard, tries to come around the outside to get P2, goes too wide. Hafiz Shari makes it 3 wins out of 3. The 3 Hondas come past him to make it a difficult time, if there is such a difficult time for JDT Racing. But it's 3 wins out of 3 for Hafiz Shari and Abdullah, and they look supreme on the Ducati.
They do, and the other teams are head-scratching, and it's probably a bit early to wonder aloud about this, but I just wonder if perhaps some of the other manufacturers might get some concessions to help them keep up.
This is the circuit that they go around that is blown away. The straight line, the long straights are just meat and drink to the Ducati. The power that they've got on the Panigale. Champion last year by a whisker was Hafiz Sharin, but he's come full of confidence here. It's like a big weight being taken off his shoulders.
Yeah, it was a real battle for the championship last year. Won it by 3 points from Nakarin, and now he's just gliding. Let's go to Daniel, who is down there on the grid.
Nice little cloud cover for the final race, the Premier class, but as we have seen in the last couple of categories, these clouds are a bit deceptive. It's probably going to get sunny again very quickly. We're going to have a short chat with Azroy. So, Azroy, yesterday was a good race for you, but we know that you guys still need to find a little bit more to chase the Ducatis. Did you guys find anything in warm-up?
During warm-up, I have problem with my rear tire, so that's why my lap time was bad. But anyway, we just continue continue like yesterday's setup. So we know we are there, but to be fast like Ducati is impossible. So we have to fight.
Maybe a different strategy for race 2?
From first lap, I try to attack and defend.
Thank you so much, Azroy. Good luck. Now we're going to head down to row 2, and we're going to have a chat with Nakarin, who finished second in championship last season, but this weekend has found a bit of struggles on Friday and in qualifying. So let's have a quick word with Nakarin. So Nakarin, it seems that even in the warm-up, you looked really good. You're finding the nice time. So do you think that this time you found the right setup?
Yeah, yesterday we checked the data and also suspension. We need to improve in braking. Yeah, that I mistake turn 3. Today, yeah, I find a good direction with the bike, also myself. I can make 35.7 this morning. Yeah, sure. In the race, I want to keep this lap time.
Thanks so much, Nakarin. Good luck for this one.
Podium today.
Mr. Alex Prabhat says podium today, so can't wait to see it. Now we're gonna head down to row 3, and we're gonna have a chat with the young Aussie replacing Anthony West, who we have over here, Ollie Simpson. So let's have a quick chat with Ollie. So Ollie, it seems that you guys have made a lot of steps forward. Every session there seems to be some improvements. In the warm-up as well, it seemed a good step. So what do you think you're going to be capable of? Do you think that you unlocked the key with the Yamaha here?
We'll find out, I guess. Yeah, I think there's still going to be a little bit of a deficit down the straight, but if I can just hold on for those first few laps a bit longer, hopefully just stay in the toe, and that should just sort of suck me along for a little bit longer. So, I mean, I don't feel too bad halfway through the race and in the last part of the race. So, yeah, just got to get off the start really good and just try and be in there sort of at the start and just hold on as long as I can.
It seems that the track might be cooling down a little bit. Do you think this will favor the Yamaha in the turns in Sector 2 and Sector 3?
I think so, yeah. I think we had a tiny little problem with chatter yesterday, so this should give us a little bit more grip and should help us in the tight twisty stuff against the rest of them.
Thank you so much. Good luck with this one. And now we're going to head down another row with Lachlan Epitz, who we didn't expect to be back here, but he's had a lot of struggles this weekend, including the bike catching fire. So, Lachlan, it's been a bit of a difficult weekend, but yesterday in race 1, we saw that you managed to find the pace again. So, have you guys found or actually fixed the problems that you're facing on Friday?
We seem to be, we were in a difficult moment. We found some solutions over qualifying to the race, obviously, and we were able to show that we can do the pace. Like the middle of the race, we were faster than the leaders. It's just starting from 12th is always going to be a bit of a tough day. but I think that we showed in the last round as well that we know what we can capable of. The bike feels fantastic. The bike's in the right window, and now we just got to go and do it.
Thanks so much, Lachlan. Good luck with this one. And now we're going to try and look for Sal Khan van Dunlop, and I think we have him somewhere on the left side of the grid. So I'm just going to bring the cameraman with us. Oh, there we have Sal. So let's try and grab a quick word. So, Sal, can we have a quick talk about tires?
Yeah, of course.
All right. So, firstly, what are the temperatures looking like right now?
Well, we've seen a bit of a drop in temperature due to the cloud cover. We're down to about 46, 47 track, about 34, 35 ambient. However, good conditions.
Do we have any surprises tire choice-wise, or most on the hard front?
No, pretty much same as what it was yesterday. Actually, yeah, identical to what it was yesterday.
Thanks so much, Sal. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Great work down on the grid, of course. We've run you up and down. You've kept yourself fit. Well done, young fella. So, and the main news there, the Aussies just seem a little bit down, don't they? They'd love to be on more competitive machines, but they're saying that they're not there.
Yeah, I think for Swift Grove BMW, Lachlan's mount, they've got electronic issues, and the Yamaha, which is, of course, Ollie Simpson's ride, just down on power, down on speed.
But they'll give it their go nonetheless, and it's great to get the international involvement in the ASB Superbikes, and we will have 15 on the grid, including Kito Abe, who's doing his usual, keeping it as cool as he possibly can. A little bit of ice, a little bit of wind. He's on the tyres that we've just heard, identical to yesterday is what we hear. So Kito's on the hard tyres. But how do you beat the Ducatis? That's the big question.
Yeah, it is a big question. They've had it in other world categories, international categories, and as I said earlier, there have been concessions given to other manufacturers. Who knows what will happen here? But today, the Hondas in particular have a headache to get over, and the headache takes the form of Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT, who enjoying the spoils of all that great work they did over the first 2 seasons.
Absolutely. It was difficult. It was very traumatic on occasion, but they came through here at Burham last year to win the title. This young fella, Rocco Sessler, mature head on a young set of shoulders for the Savitar on the BMW.
Yeah, he's just getting used to racing at this level. He's got the speed, we know that. Atalanta Putra, another rookie in at this class, championship contender in 600s last year.
Atalanta and Sessler, middle of the pack, competing. Watanabe competing for fun. He still loves it, but as you say, he's not long out of his top-class career.
No, absolutely, yeah. Very distinguished career, particularly in endurance racing. There's Joe Francis.
12th and 12th and 12th. Consistent, but again, he's a little bit underpowered on his BMW.
Yamaha, yeah.
Sorry, on the Yamaha, yes. He was on the BMW.
I think the colours on his leathers might have just wrong-footed you there, Des.
They did. And there's the Swift Grow of Declan with the dodgy knee. It's all strapped up. He'll need an operation pretty soon. He rides in the Brick Championship. That's the Thai domestic championship on Superbikes, on the same bike that he's riding here.
Yeah, and he does like this circuit. He just needs a little bit more speed.
And for Fahmi Abdul Wahab on the Savitar on the BMW. He with Chan Ching Rong will have their own little battles. There's battles within battles. And Dunlop as usual. Oh, that was an anxious look up to the skies, wasn't it?
Yeah, can we read that? We know Sal quite well. I'm not sure what I read into that squint. There he is, chiropractor, the good Dr. Chan Ching Rong.
14th at DNF and finish again with Savitar. It's a case of improving, get your best times up, get a little bit closer to the pack. They're not expected to be competing. It's impossible. Even the top Honda teams at this stage are finding the JDT Racing team too hot to handle. And Hafiz, the defending champion, 3 wins out of 3. And yesterday by 2.5 seconds, despite having the long lap penalty.
Yeah, And let's remember, Zakwan going away from pole position. And comment from Nakarin on the grid. He was notably fast in warm-up this morning.
Nakarin, yes.
Yeah, so
yes.
he could actually be the best of the Hondas in this race. But the fact that we're using phrases like the best of the Hondas is a bit of admission of what we're facing here, which is Ducati dominance. Let's see if the Hondas can put the lie to what I just said, as Tanat did in the 600 race.
A remarkable race in the 600. We had 4 terrific races today. We had a couple of very good ones yesterday as well. Asia Road Racing Championship, I promise you, delivers. Go on to the official site to get all the stats. The Instagram and Facebook pages will keep you updated. 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes means clear the grid of everybody except the mechanic and whoever is keeping the riders cool.
We're just getting confirmation from Dunlop about the tyres, and they are identical. The only one who's made any kind of a gamble is, well, Chip Nakarin.
Well, the mediums are being run once again by Azroy and by Nakarin. So out of the front runners, those are the important ones. They prefer the older, not that old, but older tyre. The other riders have really taken to the hard front, Dunlop's new hard front tyre. But it worked for Azroy yesterday. In my opinion, that's one of the best races of his career, actually. It was a P2, so it won't go down in the record books like that, but it was a phenomenal performance, and he was absolutely drained.
He was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You've got to put it into into the correct perspective.
So 1 minute means everybody off.
15 laps of the track. We've increased the distance this year. It was 13 last season. We've still got Mategi to come next. That's coming up in June. That's in round 3. That'll be the midway point of the season, which will finish here in Buriram in early December. That's the traditional season ender.
Yeah, it used to be a traditional season opener, but this time it was Sepang, and we're here at Buriram for round 2. Trundling off the line and looking around at his teammate is Hafiz Shirin there.
Oh dear.
He's not off the line yet.
That's why he was looking at his teammate. Yeah. Andy Farid's had all kinds of problems. Oh dear. Starting for Andy.
Drama here for Andy Farid. He's had problems starting, but not that kind of problem. Here's the grid.
Zakwan Zadi, Idemitsu Honda, fastest in qualifying. Let's not forget that. Nazroy Hakim, also fast in qualifying. So they did things right on the Honda, did the Idemitsu Honda team on Friday. Kita Abe for SDG Hark Pro on P3 on row 1.
Row 2, problems for Andy Farid is Dehar, as we just saw. I'm not sure if he will make that position. Probably not. Next to him is teammate Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing. Nakarina Tirapuvapat, who found a real turn of speed in warm-up.
Rocco Sessler for Savitar Team Asia on the BMW will be looking to win his personal battle with Adnan Topucha for Astra Honda Racing Team, 2 young racers. Ollie Simpson for Motogo on the Yamaha is a replacement rider for Ant West for today.
Team Tatara Aprilia's Kazuki Watanabe, and then Joe Francis and Lachlan Epis are 10th, 11th and 12th.
Swift Grow Racing, Declan Carberry, the teammate of Ollie Simpson. Okay, looking concerned. Fahmi Abdul Wahab and Chan Ching Grong. Is he going to be able to start from the pit lane?
We get another shot there. We'll see whether he's being, look like he might be held there at pit exit. So let's see. Very unwelcome drama there for
It's
Andy
never
Farid.
straightforward with JDT, is it? There's always a complication, always a little bit of a story to tell.
Well, this is motorcycle racing at the elite level. So everything absolutely on the limit. And
Well, Hafiz He's managed to get the start going, but yeah, sometimes they don't want the cameras in their face, not when things are not looking great. Kito Abe is on P3 on the grid.
Yeah, so there is a gap on behind Zakwan Zaidi, where Andy Fried's the R should be. He's going to start from pit lane. Oh, and Ollie Simpson in the pits too. So all kinds of problems.
But we are away safely. Hafiz has got off to a solid start. The three Hondas, well, two of them have got ahead of him, but Hafiz has made up one place and allowed to start, if he can get away, is Andy Farid. So all good for him, but Ollie Simpson was still in the pits. Gosh, we were meant to be 15 on the grid. Only 13 started from there, but Andy Farid is now away, and Zakwan Zaidi leads through turn 3.
Hafiz making better early progress than he did yesterday. And of course, he doesn't have that long lap to do either today. But it was a very good start from pole position from Zakwan Zaidi. And ever present is Azroy, the number 20.
88 Adananta Putra. And look how tight to Hafiz is Azroy Hakim Anwar, bike number 20. But again, that Ducati, it just looks like he's controlling it at the moment, waiting for the time to pounce. Plenty of time for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah.
Yeah, crossed up under braking. Probably showing that he's got a little bit more pace than Zakwan has. The thing about these Ducatis is that they get the power down earlier and harder than the Hondas. Top speed, nothing between them. It's just where the power is delivered. Here comes Zakwan leading them into turn 12 for the first time.
I can tell you, Ollie Simpson did not get out of the pits. It's a long way to come to not ride for Ollie Simpson. Meantime, Zakwan leads from Hafiz on the Ducati, Azroy Hakim Anwar. So the Hondas sticking to the pace. Makarina Tirapurbapat and Kito Abe, 4 and 5. Lachlan Epis has made a good start. He's up into P6, Lachlan. Remember, he started, where was he? Down on the grid. He was down in P12, Lachlan.
Yeah, problems all weekend for the Swift Grow BMW. And as Lachlan said, well, we'll have to put it together now. I think it's okay, but now we actually have to do it.
Okay, Ollie Simpson has got his bike out onto the track. And his posting times has just gone through. He'll be hoping to maybe catch up with the two Malaysians. I can tell you Andy Farid is also there. And Hafiz Sharin is your new race leader. And you fear, or the rest fear, that Hafiz, now he's got that lead, he's just going to increase that lead through the next 14 laps.
Yeah, he's got 4 Hondas behind him. Goes. This could be the last that Zakwan sees of Hafiz Sharin, if the form book. Ooh. Yeah, that was a tricky one for Zakwan to stay out of the way of Hafiz. And they do have some history, those two as well.
They do a little bit, but Hafiz is handling this Ducati so much smoother than last year. It seemed that he had problems with the power on occasion last year, but he's not been able to pull away from Zakwan. In fact, Zakwan is going to have a little look at the inside and slides in position, but the switchback is there from Hafiz. Again, he was in control, but early stages, I tell you, the Hondas are going for this.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And that will make a beautiful slow-mo shot later in the day from Zakwan sliding into turn 3. No room, no time for showboating now. He needs to get after Hafiz as hard and as fast as he possibly can. He's got his teammate behind him. It's Kito Abe and Nakarin, who's got better pace than he had yesterday.
We're still with P1. And Hafiz is trying to get away. It's looking like he might. Lachlan Epis just behind Nakarino Tirupuvapati in P5. Lachlan's doing terrifically. Here's the retaking of the lead and then the switchback.
Yeah, so there we go. You see Zakwan just on the brakes, sliding the bike underneath Hafiz. Hafiz can see him coming, knows he needs to get out of the way, so he holds it tight and just manages to lead him out onto the straight. Now, Kito Abe is behind Zakwan, and having got in front of Azroy, Nakarin has got Lachlan Epis for company, just behind him.
They're on to lap 3, and the lead was 0.3 of a second at the end of that first lap. Abe is there, but I tell you what, Azroy Hakim, doughty competitor, he goes on the inside of Abe.
Fastest 3 on the circuit are the first 3.
But somehow you get the feeling that the Hondas of Zakwan and Abe and Azroy, they're on their limits, whereas there's a lot more grunt to come from the Ducati, and he's just pulling away, edging away, just 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second each sector.
Well, when everything's coming together and you have a talented rider on a great machine, it does look easy. They'd make it look easy, but as you said, Des, the Hondas, you can see, are working really hard, trying everything to get on terms with that Ducati. Andy Farid 12.6 seconds back in P12.
As they come through, the end of lap number 3 of 15. It's still Hafiz. Is he toying with them? The lead is still, it's an identical 0.316 as it was at the end of the previous lap. Chip Nakarin is posting times in the 1:36s. Hafiz and Zakwan in the high 1:35s. Azroy Hakim just posted in the mid 1:35s.
Yeah, so fastest time so far in this race for Azroy. Go fairly circumspectly through turn 3.
Andy Farid's got past Joe Francis, and Declan Carberry has got himself up into the top 10 now. Andy had to start from the pit lane, having had start problems. That lead just beginning to visibly increase.
Yeah, he doesn't need to hurry. And he looks unhurried.
Yes, he seems a lot calmer than last year, where the world seemed to be against Hafiz Sharin. Several times he was in great positions and lost the lead or had the lead taken away from him. This year his main problems have been, well, celebrating too early.
Well, yes, that's literally true. 2 penalties for early celebrations.
This time it's the calm, steady approach. Zakwan hanging in there, as is Azroy, as is Kito. SDG Hard Pro comes through in P4. 1:35s, all the top 5 in the high 1:35s. Yeah. But the lead is just extended. He's adding 1/10 every sector. Is Hafiz Sharin over Zakwan. His lead is 0.5 of a second. And there is Andy Farid Izdaha. He's got himself up chasing Watanabe now.
Yeah, making progress. Watanabe will be a little bit of a handful, given his talent and background. Rocco Sessler once again in 8th. He finished 8th yesterday. Andy now 3 seconds, just under 3 seconds behind Kazuki Watanabe.
Yeah, that lead is increasing now, 0.6 of a second. It's relentless.
You're right, Des, it is about 1/10 every sector.
And you've got to admire the discipline of Hafiz Sharin. He's leading, but he's just turning that screw.
you push it to the limit, you're taking risks, and the Hondas, fantastic sight. We can see from our elevated commentary position of those riders coming down and getting onto the brakes for turn 12. Really gets a great perspective, but it's Hafiz.
Well, it was 0.648. The Hondas are still staying close. I am wondering whether or not Hafiz is just working within himself at the moment.
I suspect he is. Fastest lap so far now to Azroy Hakim Anwar, who was so brilliant yesterday in his pursuit of Hafiz.
And Azroy's got himself into P2. Zakwan slid down to P4. He's got Nakarin and Tirapuvapet for company. Zakwan a 5th and 2/4 for his season so far, which in any company is respectable.
Yeah, the pace of the top 6. So Hafiz, Azroy, Quito, Zakwan, Nakarin and Lachlan, all very close in the mid to late 35s. Fastest is with Azroy, 135.644.
Lachlan Epis is keeping close as well. The Australian, despite the problems that they've had with, was it electronics mainly, there literally was a fire on the bike in the garage, and he's done well. He's a doughty competitor over the last couple of seasons with the ARRC, is Lachlan. Into P6 at the moment. Look at this, Azroy is not letting Hafiz get away.
Yep, and Quito just got the better of Zakwan.
So Quito up into P4. Into P3, Zakwan drops to 4. Nakarin Tirapuvapet for Honda.
Nakarin's got good pace, but it's the same pace as the riders in front of him.
Oh, babe, as we approach the midway point of this 15-lap race. And coming down the long straight after turn 3 at the brow of the hill. Not much undulation on Buram. It's a very flat circuit, very different to Mateki, which is the next challenge that these guys have.
Yeah, very different indeed. Still got the long straights and the hard braking, but the layout and the elevation changes much different.
Oh,
down goes Azroy.
Pushing too hard, just pushing too hard.
Oh, case in point, we were saying, looking at how hard the Hondas are having to push, and it's landed on top of the tyre wall. Whew. So fast crash for Azroy. Hopefully we're going to see the rider walking away. So then there were 3 in pursuit. Zakwan takes up the chase of Hafiz.
And Lachlan Epis is still just hanging in there, as Hafiz's lead is now up to 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, and here he goes, they're braking, and front tucks. It's just trying too hard to stay with the race leader. You can't blame him for that. That's the thing, when your bike's not quite fast enough, there's the bike landing on top of the tyre wall. So
Zul looks on thoughtfully, the team manager. That's, well, that's an unusual rescue situation. I've not seen that one for a while.
Yep, landing in the marshal's post. So
safety at this circuit, very good, by the way. We love the competitiveness. The crashes, when they come, are spectacular, but the safety, very good. Lots of runoff here.
Yeah, it's literally world class, because of the World Championships that are held here, as well as this Asian Regional Championship. Marshall's absolutely tip-top here. To Abe, what can he do?
Tip-top, by the way, is Hafiz Sharon Abdullah. His lead has gone up to 2.6 seconds. Behind them, there's a good battle going on between Declan Carberry and Joe Francis for P10. They're just coming into turn 7 at the moment, and they're having a nice little battle. Ollie Simpson has made good ground. He's made up 2 places.
Yeah, Declan was hoping to get into a scrap with Joe Francis. He told us during the pit walk.
And I think that's exactly what they've done off camera. And just seeing these 2 of them coming down the turn 12. Francis just ahead of Carberry. Well, this is Arbe.
Ooh, you can see those Misano curbs designed to keep the riders off, and that's why.
Again, it just shows how much the Hondas are pushing.
Yeah.
The riders are at full pelt, are at their absolute limits, and Hafiz doesn't seem to be.
And as Daniel was pointed out earlier, when you come off those curbs, the suspension is still bouncing. It's not like you get back on the flat ground and it's fine to go.
In the meantime, Andy Farrad has got his way past Watanabe. This is him. He's got Adhanantaputra next. He's got about 3 seconds to make up on Adhanantaputra. No, 5 seconds to make up. And then he'll have Lachlan Epis and Rocco Sessler to aim for.
So the real test here for Hafiz is a test of concentration. So another rider behind goes very, very wide. I think just about avoided the gravel trap, but will probably have to rejoin through pit lane. Couldn't see who that was. Solid job being done by Zakwan.
This is Andy Farrad in P8 at the moment, after having to start from the pit lane. He'll be working desperately hard to overcome these starting problems that he's having. And this is the battle for P2, which Arbe is leading at the moment. In the championship, Arbe is second. He's had 3 podiums, 2 seconds and a third. Azroy has already crashed out. Zakwan Zaidi, remarkably, not had a podium. And Chip Nakarim, just beaten on the last day of the season here at Burram last year. You don't get many chances to be a champion, do you? And if you don't take them,
no, he'll be ruining that one. It was 3 points, the advantage to Hafiz, and that was really through errors by Nakarin, it has to be said. It was his to lose, and he did lose it, unfortunately. And now this season, he's got a much steeper hill to climb. He goes up on the inside of Zakwan now. Zakwan's not having any of it. He's just lost a place to Quito, and he doesn't want to lose any more. Tyres going off perhaps for Zakwan, so maybe we will see him drop back.
Lachlan Epis is still holding on to the back of those 3. So if there is a problem for Zakwan, if there is tyre degradation, Lachlan Epis might be looking for a very respectable P4. Rocco Sessler a bit further down, leading Adhanantaputra. Andy Farrad is closing in at a rate of knots on Adhananta. He's picking up at least a second a lap. Yeah, the last lap it was 4/10 of a second the advantage. So maybe not the pace for Andy Farrad. Now a healthy lead through 5 and 6. Arbe is there. Hafiz Sharin, no mistakes so far. Patient at the start when the Hondas were in front of him, made the move to get past them, and has just slowly wound up the pressure.
Yeah, and Quito Arbe just starting to get away from Zakwan and Nakarin. Shot here.
Beautiful.
Perfect line there. Perfect body position from Hafiz. Great rider on a great machine. And the result seems to be dominance.
The lead from Arbe is 3.1 seconds. Arbe has half a second on Zakwan. You called it right. And Zakwan has to worry about what's going on behind him with Chip Nakarin.
Yeah, Nakarin will be expecting a podium and will be expected by Mr. Alak,
yes,
to most definitely be on the podium. So what can he do? Zakwan very good over the long term at podium finishes. Hafiz now, advantage 3 seconds over SDG Hawk Pro Honda's Kito Abe. Next up we go to Motegi, which is the site of Kito Abe's only Superbike win so far.
All Abe can do is compete at the top level. 2 P2s and a P3 against the power of the Ducati is, again, I keep using the word respectable. Hafiz, right. He has been pretty faultless. Again, that's a lovely line round turn 12. The lead was 3.1 at the end of the last lap. At the end of this lap, it is 3.2. A tenth a sector, a tenth a lap. Consistency. Metronomic consistency from Hafiz Sharin.
Yep, and Abe, half a second advantage over Zakwan. And then just a tenth back to Nakarin. So good perspective there of the way this field is stretched out.
And I keep seeing in the background after these three, Lachlan Epis just coming into shot, will he? No, as they come round. Epis not coming into that shot as they come through 4 onto 5 and 6.
Yeah, they're lapping now the front 4 in the low 36s. Lachlan losing a bit of ground now. His pace has dropped. It was the same, but his pace has dropped now to the early 37s. This is a good race after a difficult weekend for the young Australian on the Swift Grow BMW.
This is where the real race is. Nakarin on the back of Zakwan Zaidi. Kito Abe just beginning to stretch away. There's Hafiz onto the final lap. And Nakarin has gone on the inside with 1 lap to go. And that is a podium position for Nakarin and Tuda Puvapat. And another frustrating sight for Zakwan Zaidi. Pushing as much as he can. But this is another lap of honour for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah and JDT Racing on the Ducati Panigale. Behind them, yeah, Zakwan's not going to give this one up easily. But Nakarin has timed that to perfection, you suspect.
We do suspect. He did find the pace, as I said, in warm-up this morning. And he's putting it to good effect now. Has Zakwan got an answer? Really, Nakarin knows what he has to do. Really, he can't go back with anything less than a podium, given the expectations. Last year when we came here for round 1, it was a double win for the Thai rider.
It's possibly a P3, but Zakwan really is not giving this one up.
Yeah.
And Zakwan has nothing to lose.
Zakwan will take a lunge, I predict, on the run down from turn 11 to turn 12.
Which is exactly where we're coming to now. There's P2, Abe. Hafiz Sharin in the meantime. Oh, what an effort that is from Zakwan.
Oh.
And he's lost it. Hafiz Sharin takes the victory. Abe is 2, Nakarin Atira Puvapat is 3. And a nasty instant for Zakwan Zaidi right on turn 12. But it's another victory. Thankfully, Zakwan rode the bike and got off before it did any damage.
Yeah, it was a roll of the dice too for the Malaysian star. As you said, Des, he was going to give it everything on that final lap, and he did.
4 wins out of 4 for JDT Racing. Zakwan sledding into turn 12. Kito Abe, a third P2 of the season.
See, where was the flag being collected then? Couldn't quite see from that shot.
If it's on the home straight, he's in trouble again. But how about this as the victory goes through? He gambles everything, Zakwan, and realizes there he's not going to make it.
No chance. And just surfs his way in on that CBR 1000 Triple R and rolls off. That was actually quite elegant as crashes go. Oh, but there we go. The JDT flag being flown there. Andy Farid flying a flag too. He finished in P6 after having that start from pit lane. Very unfortunate for the Indonesian.
Very good for Lachlan Epis. He was persistent, ends up just 8 seconds down in P4, just 5 seconds off the fast pace of the Hondas. The Hondas are quick. It's just the Ducati of Hafiz is exceptionally quick. The win by Hafiz. Again, it's another 2.5 second victory. This time without the problem of a long lap to negotiate. SDG Hard Pro's Kito Abe in P2 for the 3rd time this year, his 4th podium. Chip Nakarin does get indeed the podium that he needed. Lachlan Epis, Swiftgrow Racing, the BMW, nothing but applause for that effort from Epis at the end of a tough week. Rocco Sessler, more experience for him, only 10.5 seconds down. Andy Farid was catching up, but was never able to get going after the start from the pit lane. Adananto Putra just lost it on the last lap to Andy Farid. And Watanabe for the Aprilia. Good to see it, he enjoyed his 15 laps. Joe Francis got the better of Ollie Simpson, who did well. Declan Carberry actually didn't finish, neither did Azroy Hakim. We saw him go out trying too hard. Chan Ching Rong, Fahmi Abdul, and Zakwan all didn't complete the final lap. Joe Francis 9, Ollie Simpson for Motogo Yamaha in P10. But there's the Honda celebrations.
Yeah, the podium for Nakarin. In view of how the weekend's gone, that's about as good as he could have hoped for. But it was a double win when we first came here to Chang International Circuit in 2025. And there's a very familiar sight. He holds up 4 fingers for 4 wins, a perfect 100 points from 4 starts.
Going to have a problem if he wins every race of the season. There's 12 races. What does he do then?
What do we do then? I'm not sure if I can count that high.
Kito Abe, P2. And again, consistency. If you can't win, at least you make sure you come in second.
3 P2s and a P3 for Kito. That's a decent campaign. And we go home for him next month.
Andy Farid has a 21-point weekend with a P5 and a P4. Still learning, but he's not the number 2 racer, but there always will the impression that perhaps he is until he learns how to start, learns how to deal with this difficult starting mechanism.
Yeah, he was really good in Sepang. Struggled a bit more here. More than many of us expected. Not a bad weekend, but really unfortunate not to be able to complete that warm-up lap and then having to start on cold tyres from pit lane. Difficult one for Andy. He won't show it though. So hugs all round. I don't think they're tired of winning yet either.
Okay, Daniel is down there in front of the advertising hoardings, waiting to get the athletes. But the athletes are too busy getting the back slaps and the handshakes. And now I think we can go down and join Daniel Bogas for post-race reaction from the ASB Superbikes 1000cc, race number 2 of the weekend.
So Nakarin on the grid just now, Mr. Alex said podium today, and you managed to do it after an amazing fight. Tell us about it.
Yeah, so good feeling, and I can unlock on the podium in this season. Very difficult for me. From Sepang, from yesterday, many mistakes, and we try to adapt and make a good setting for today. And I fight on the limit all the time, but yeah, P3 is enough for me. I think the clip very quick to drop, and I want to say thank you ขอบคุณแฟนๆชาวไทยทุกคนนะครับขอบคุณสปอนเซอร์ที่สนับสนุนผมคุณ Honda Racing Thailand แล้วก็สนามต่อไปก็จะกลับมาให้ดีแบบนี้ครับขอบคุณครับ
Thank you so much, Chip. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And now in P2, we're going to have a chat with Kito Abe from SDG Hard Pro Honda Philippines. So Kito, it's another podium for the season. We saw that your lap times were good, but it looked like there was a bit of struggle for grip midway through. Can you tell us about it?
Yes, I tried to 100%. Yeah, so today track condition is a little bit bad for today, and I tried to control the tire. But beginning Hafiz and Adroy going up, so I cannot if I do pass catching front, maybe me crash. So I try to keep because a very important championship. So maybe I have a chance for next round because next round is my home round. Yeah, thank you so much for everyone, team, my team, my family, my fans. Thank you so much, and see you in Motegi. Bye.
Thank you so much, Kito. Congratulations. And winner once again in race 2, making it 4 in a row from JDT Racing Team, Hafiz Sharin. We're gonna get a quick chat with Hafiz. So Hafiz, it's 4 in a row now in 2026. How are you doing it? Because it looks like you were in cruise control at the front just now.
Well, I make a good start and entry in the first corner in 3rd place. Almost hit Azroy because he brake a bit early in the turn 3. But anyway, lucky to escape this kind of accident. But in the race, in the mid-race, I was, can say a bit struggle also. I don't know why. Maybe because of the condition from hot to cold. And then the bike create different feeling. But I try to understand, try to do, I thought to myself, try to keep calm and try to control the pace. And luckily in the mid of the race, I can make a, I think, faster lap, I don't know. And then managed to doing a good gap. And then I just maintain, try to understand. And anyway, 4 wins in a row is for my team and for Johor team, and also is for my boss, Duli Yang Amat Mulia Tengku Ismail, Tengku Mahkota Ismail. Sorry, and it's a TMJ. And this for him, and also good luck to the Johor Jewels tonight. We'll be play for the finals, and then the football team try to arrive in the world record, and this keep me more motivation, you know, because to see other team, example we are in the same camp, JDT, they are win and I try to win. So this is the way I want to finish this season, and like I said, work hard, pay off, and I training in the heat, in the cycling a lot of kilometers. You can see my face was 2 tones, and nothing much I can say. I just want to enjoy this moment and try to prepare my mentality for the next race, and I will do something in the future. Just wait and see, and thank you very much to all Malaysian fans. This is for you guys.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Congratulations.
Second race of the weekend, 4th race of the season in the ASB 1000cc. Chip Nakarin under pressure to try to get something off Hafiz Sharon Abdullah. Bike number 56 makes the start and is solid, is into P1. He mentioned that there was an air coming together at the end of that turn, but he negotiated that one, and once Hafiz got himself on the tail of Zakwan Zaidi and then passed him, we knew, or we felt we knew, that there was only going to be one winner, Barry Russell.
Yeah, it was checkout time, and the Hondas, 4 of them, lined up behind him once he got to the front. 4 of them lined up behind him, and just nothing they could do about it. They couldn't help themselves to close up. That Ducati's just too much, and Hafiz on board of that Ducati is just too much. And here he goes into the lead. That was the decisive moment. He takes away the lead from Zakwan.
Zakwan tried to get it back, but Hafiz is a much calmer character on the bike these days. Just gets the switch back, and yeah, you felt, and we said in commentary, that the Honda riders were at full extension. They were really putting everything together, whereas Hafiz seemed to be working within himself, and that was shown perfectly when Azroy Hakim Anwar, who was leading the pack, just overdid it a touch.
Yeah, that's right, and yeah, to a lesser extent that slide into turn 3 by Zakwan, but there goes Azroy. Now, quite a fast crash, but he's okay, and the bike landed on top of the tyre wall, so that's going to go viral.
Yeah, artistic merit on the crashes today for Idemitsu Honda. Got to say that one. If you thought that was good, wait until you see Zakwan's on the last lap. Both riders absolutely safe and okay. But Kito Abe, very sensible from him. He says, listen, I've got Motegi to come. There's another 8 races to go. Hafiz is getting everything right so far. All I can do is focus on what I can do, and maybe it'll happen for me. And then we come on to the final lap.
Yeah, I think that's right. Kito Abe, well said. I think he's about 1 win away from Hafiz's lead in the championship. So 1 slip from Hafiz, and a good race from Kito. And Motegi could be on.
So there is the battle for Chip Nakarin. Podium or nothing for him. And then Zakwan having lost 2 and 3. Zakwan, this will go viral. This will go viral. Surf away, Zakwan Zaidi. That's not what the bike is designed for.
No. New purpose.
Hafiz takes the victory. 4 out of 4. Wonderful. It's part of a bigger sporting team. Johor Darrell Taksim, but he's done his part. And now we come to the final award ceremony of the day. Chip Nakarin.
Taking his time up to the podium for the first time in 2026.
It is indeed. And Abe.
3rd time, 4th time.
4th time. I thought it was a brilliant post-race reaction from him.
It was. Yeah, he's grown a long way from the wild youngster that used to ride for TKKR in 600s a few years ago.
And JDT Racing enjoying this moment. And the national anthem of Malaysia, Negara Ku, will be there to celebrate the victory. for him. Chochanok Chichop, International Event Director at Chang International Circuit. Again, it's an event that's been superbly put on behind the scenes. The marshals have done their job. Everything has been absolutely tip-top, as you'd expect, as we've come to expect with our twice-a-year visits. Kito Abe, you're right to remind us what a wild kid he was when he was younger, Abe.
He was great fun.
Yes.
And he still is, but in a different way.
And Hafiz Sharin enjoying, after all that hard work, all the heartache of last year, enjoying a much, easy is the wrong word, but a much more straightforward time this time. And the team award to JDT Racing coming from Krytos. And there is the team.
Yeah, definitely not tired of winning.
JDT Racing Team, ASB 1000, race number 2. Chip Nakarin, Attila Puvapat for Honda Racing Thailand. SDG Harkro, Honda Philippines, Kito Abe. And JDT Racing for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. 4 in a row. It's impressive.
Yep, it's all come together for JDT Racing. Shouldn't forget the struggles of the previous 2 seasons.
Absolutely not. And so ends our racing for today. Just as the sun shines, we've avoided the rain, which I didn't expect. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, 100 points, perfect. Kito Abe, 24 behind, but as Barry so astutely says, it's only 1 defeat or only 1 win. Andy Farid Izdahar on 53 for JDT Racing Team. Azroy Hakim Anwar on Idemitsu Honda crashed out today, really attempting to try to stay with Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. Chip Nakarin, Attila Puvapat for Honda Racing Thailand, he's on 39 points. Zakwan Zaidi is on 37. One of the most spectacular exits from a bike you'll ever see came today. Rocco Sessler, 34, level with Adnan Tapucha. So the BMW of Savitar and the Honda of Astra Honda are level on 34 points. Lachlan Epis, really good performance for him on the BMW for Swift Grow Racing. A P4 helping him to 32 points. Watanabe on the Aprilia, 24 points. Joe Francis hangs in there on the Yamaha for Victor Racing Team on 19. And so we end our thoughts. The calendar will see us at Mategi next. Your thoughts, Barry Russell, as we've gone through Sepang and Burram, Mategi, Sepang and Burram, to be confirmed. We are in talks about where that will be, but we cannot announce it as yet, but we hope to announce it this week. But your thoughts on today's racing, Barry Russell?
Today's racing, well, young guns in TVS. Pedrinho on the podium for the first time, and a brilliantly judged win by Sartak in 150. Absolute chaos on that final lap, except in a bubble of calm, Husni Zainal Fauzi took another win. And in 250s, that was an extraordinary race. Win for Kridapat and Panjaruk came through. Real star, that boy, for Honda Racing Thailand. Race of the day was 600. Tanat coming through after the ride through. And the peerless Hafiz Sharin Abdullah for JDT in the last race.
Some highlights for round 2 of 6 of the season. Burram once again has been a wonderful place to watch the racing, to commentate on the racing. From Daniel, who's worked so hard on the pit lane, to the television crew and the organisers who've helped put this together. From myself, Des Corkill and Barry Russell, thank you once again for your company. As always, it's an absolute privilege to bring you the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Bye for now. We'll see you in Mategi.